Hello everyone. Don't die! Go again! The Milky Way! Oh man, pretty long day of working. I got so much shit done though. Oh, by the way, I have to do something actually. I'll do it in a second. Hello everyone. I wasn't gonna stream, but I saw I heard like Pino was leaving, so I was gonna watch his stream. But if he's leaving, might as well stream. Might actually be able to stream for a long time if I don't fall asleep. Because my girlfriend's best friend just broke up with his boyfriend. Because the boyfriend was like basically told her like she's been cheating on her for like a year and shit, like pretty bad. You know, they're having a bit of a girl support night thingy. And that means we game, you know? That means we game. What's up? What's up? We're listening to Bina AI songs. Beep, 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 beep. I hit this off stream, by the way. Pretty good. Eh. I haven't been able to play much this week, Mr. Risa. They buffed Frogers? Are they OP now? They fixed the AI, basically. So they're like much better to play. They're pretty good. It's a pretty good idol I got. My bear is starting to look like a real motherfucker. He's starting to look very mean. Mean bear. Pretty good too. I'm thinking of my froggies. I'm thinking of speccing the dungeon node. I'm lazy to do the dungeon. I think I can do it now. It's corruption, so I might do that. Not a big fan of that, but... Don't die! What is this song? What the fuck? That's loud. I think I take off this. I'm not doing any amber. Maybe I do this. That's scary, but I'll do it, fuck it. Take that one. Playing and relaxing after work? Yeah, pretty much. I wasn't going to stream, but I was watching Bina, and Bina said he is gonna go to the gym or some shit, so I said, I might as well just start streaming myself. I had a very, very good day at work. I did a lot of fucking work, but I got a lot of I got a lot of stuff done. That's good. Lots of physical. Basically, I got like for the school I work at, my school. I got like some soundproofing panels, you know, like these big like panels that are like wooden frames that are, I don't know, they have like isolation, fucking sound, anti-echo bullshit. And I was basically placing them on the walls and shit. I was like up on a staircase all day, drilling holes with a power drill and stuff. Pretty nice though. I did get a lot of shit done. That was good. That's good. The screams, they will never be heard again. Yeah. My sex dungeon is finally isolated, you know, from the world. It's in the basement, you know. The students don't know yet. Oh, it took aside. Fuck, I have to have 2 LP and 2 LP2, because I actually have 2 of them, right? No? Oh shit, pretty good. Did it roll? Rolled amazing, actually. Nice. What build am I playing that even uses that? I don't even remember. pretty good day, pretty good day. I almost died off stream also. I wasn't recording at all because my buffer thingy wasn't active. I went to like 2 HP on a fucking beast bullshit. Kind of glad that this is kind of good actually. I might try this. Oh shit. Kinda good actually. This is fucking good. What do I even craft on top? Fair level. Minion crit multi maybe. I don't really need the levels. I think minion bear crit multi. It's better because I'm not gonna get a high roll, right? So it's better to go for the minion crit multi. Because I'm not gonna get a high roll. Pretty good. 14% HP. It's not bad. It's not bad. Question is, and I have a pretty good imprint out of it. This is definitely usable already. Shit ton of damage. And all the stats are actually usable. Yeah, minion crit multi, I think it's the best for like a low tier. And it's a good base too, you know, it's good. Good shit. The Milky Way has started. What's up? I made the Shaman Reflect build because I won't be around, but I have a question. Why do you take so many totem passives? And nothing else to take? Well, because you have a totem. Gives you resistances, it gives you... because you have a totem? Because it's good? You cast speed, you armor, gives you resistances. Because it's good. That's the short answer. And nothing else really helps the build, just attunement and defense. Are you good? You know, abilities to totem. Well, I mean, when you cast a Terra's Blessing, you get a totem. It's in the guide. A Terra's Blessing automatically casts Healing Totem for you. Counts. Yoo-hoo! Today, I was reading Reddit, and someone was asking for advice on builds for hardcore. And then he was saying that he was following the Judgment leveling build, right, like on Maxroll. And then there was a guy who commented, "Careful with Maxroll, like not." Careful with Maxroll, like the guides are not deep or reliable, blah blah blah. And I was like, but and not only that, but the guy was asking for hardcore builds, right? Who else in the community even covers hardcore? Like, some people go fucking full glass cannon. Like, I'm pretty sure we're literally the only content creators who do hardcore. Literally. Like, I don't think there's literally no one else is playing hardcore, really. I mean, Pinching plays, right, a bit, and that's about it, pretty much. No one plays hardcore. So I found it quite funny. Like, from all the things, I could see the criticize going the other way around, right? Hey, like, you know, this Maxroll guys, they're focused too much on defense, just go full damage, you know, they're retards. Like, I could see that argument, right? Like, these guys build too much defense, you know? But it's kind of, I feel like it's the opposite. We go too much like, we prioritize defense always, I feel. What a bunch of pussies. That was funny. It casts automatically when you cast Thorn and Shield or whatever. Everything is automated, basically. The action RPG uncovered? Definitely not hardcore. Oh man, I love hardcore, I love hardcore, I love hardcore. I'm absolutely washed up, by the way. So fucking bad, I've been playing too much fucking minions. But it's fine because we're washed up in hardcore, so it's fine. I have seen some content creators, including Aaron. Now they start their videos saying something along the lines of, these builds are tested online with real characters, you know, like, and they actually work. little nod there, you know, little branding, like. Don't get baited by the offline people, you know. You know. Hey, man's gotta eat, you know? Fair play. Bad builds. Afro, what if I told you that in endgame gear, raptors do the same damage as acid flask? The problem is they die. Maneuver. But in the dummy, it's the same damage. Crazy. How do you feel? Getting out damaged by minion, by the worst minion. I got this too. There is this one offline rogue player though, X-Pro, never shows gear, has like 40 POs around power and calls around NPCs when someone calls it out. I mean, it sounds like a Giga chat to me, no? And the reason he doesn't get to that level of gear, right? The reason he doesn't get that level of gear is because he doesn't want to, but if he wanted, like, he would do it, right? So... I find the offline thing pretty funny, mainly because our characters in offline are weaker than our characters inline, right? Well, because, how you call it? Like, my character has better gear. This character has better than than my offline character, like of the same character basically, because I have more than endgame, right? And we don't go past endgame on offline, which is just like, you know, the endgame planner, which is super easy to get. So, if anything, like the offline displays we do are actually on the weak side of what, you know. Sure, you know, the idols are, things are max rolled for convenience and stuff, but I mean, it's not like you're not gonna be running around with max rolled items anyway. Like, I have everything max rolled on my character. Well, at least everything that matters when it comes to, you know, showcasing an item. Like, are you not gonna re-roll your fucking attributes on a red ring before you slam it? Like are you gonna slap 14 decks on a red ring? Like, what? Huh? Just re-roll the fucking item, man. I'm dumb for playing softcore Mr. Lizard. I wanna port like last season. I wanna much time to play multiple builds. I mean, SSF, solo account found, solo character found. I think it's fine. Like, to me, realistically, if you play solo character found versus solo account found, most of the time, you only easy up like your first day on a character, you know? Like, because, sure, I had some twin gear on this guy before I made it. I had some twin gear. I had the helmet, I had the shield. I didn't have this. I did have this. I did have this. I did have this, and I did have this. No, I didn't actually have this. I was using Garbor. So all the, and I didn't have this. So all the items that actually matter, like you eventually get while playing the character you're playing. You focus on, even if you're playing solo account found, it's not like you're doing prophecies for, you're normally doing prophecies for the character you are playing, right? Most of the time, so. For me, honestly, again, for me, I mean, for example, my Smelter's Wrath, my Leech character, like the characters I played last season, they were all character found, you know, because they were for the tournaments. And I feel like my progression was similar, you know. It was a bit slower on the first days because I didn't have anything, right? In terms of havocs and things like that. But other than that, I feel like, I mean, if you don't play a lot, I would definitely do account found over character found. But if you play as much as I do, I don't know, I never have a problem with that, personally. Especially because I know what I'm doing, right? How to gear and stuff. I want to set a super strict video, I just grind my spare time chilling. Yeah. How would you solve the problem of all items being unique most of the time? Do you consider it a problem? I consider it a problem, but the depths don't, so... I consider it a big problem, if you want my honest opinion. But the depths don't, so... And we know that because on the last depth stream, Mike said that, you know, they think Exalteds are already important because they're used on legendaries, so you're excited to get Exalteds anyway, and that the Primordials are just like, oh, if you don't have a good Primordial, Exalteds are just like, oh, they're just meant to not make you feel bad if you don't have a good Primordial for your build, so... I mean... You're commenting on stream? Well, I don't know what stream you watch, but the stream that I watched, the last lore stream, that's what he said, right? He said that Primordial Exalteds are not meant to compete, and that Exalteds are already exciting because they work on legendaries. Like, basically, he basically said that for them, because in order to make a legendary you need that Exalted, it is basically an Exalted for them, as much as it is a unique, right? They don't see the... Again, I don't really agree with that, but that's what he said. That's what he implied. And then he talked about like maybe capping LPL, which I agree on. We agree on that one with Mike. But and then I think Mike mentioned something along the lines like, I think in order to make Exalted more powerful, they would basically have to nerf the legendary mechanic, right? Which again, I don't necessarily think that's good either. And there is for sure some LP that is too easy to get, like things like Red Ring, things like this, too easy to get. And then there's some things that shouldn't go as high as they go, which we agree on. I agree with Mike on this one. We talked about it privately. I know we think the same about this. But I think like you need to make Exalted's friction with uniques. It shouldn't be like a... it should be a very tough decision to go for like an Exalted or a Legendary. But the problem is that, I mean, look at every build, you know. No, and another problem with another big factor is, for example, I see a lot of people who say, "Oh, Lizard, I improved your build. Take a look at my planner." And you know, instead of using a bunch of uniques, he's using a bunch of Exalteds with double tier 7s, with a perfect base and, you know, perfect affixes and stuff. I mean, what? I mean. Can you get a ring that is better than Red Ring? Well, yes, you know. If you get a ring that has double tier 7 fucking prefixes with like you know, sealed tier, like you can. So you can make a planner that has a better than Red Ring. The problem is like you're never gonna get it, right? That's why you use Red Ring, because you actually do get it. Yeah, 1LP Red Rings is easier than any Exalted on any planner in any macro build. Any. No, any. That's why they're used on every build. Same as Twisted Heart, same as fucking Evolution Sense, same as all of these items, right? I mean, 1LP Red Rings are easier than any Exalted affix. Any. Like, getting a tier 7 item on the right base with the right implicit and the other suffixes and the sealed being proper, it's way harder than getting a fucking red, like spending 200k favor on slamming guaranteed. 100 hours and no red ring. Got so many last session doing only ring prophecies now. Yeah, I mean, if you do that, you will get it, right? It's a matter of just going for it. So if you do that, you will get it. Which, by the way, I have to get my second one here. I'll do it now. I'm lazy on COF.
This is a mercy. Behold, I did what I must to protect my people.
No, about the Acid Classic, I think if they nerf Expositor Mana again, I'm gonna be depressed. I think they should do the opposite, Afro. I think they should make Explosive Trap be super spammable. And just like cap how many Acid Flask can proc. you know. And I think they should allow you to actually throw multiple flasks with regular acid flask, you know. You know, and there's a node, you know, the cluster node or whatever the fuck on acid flask. They should just make that good, you know. You just make that proc like proper acid flasks and blah blah, right? I wish you could play traps as like main damage, you know, just like a trapper build. I think we're really missing that on as an archetype. And I was expecting explosive trap to be that thing, like the Diablo 2 assassin kind of, the seismic trap kind of gameplay, you know. And I'm so disappointed that we didn't get it. Because I think a lot of people like to play that kind of shit, no? I like traps, honestly. Cool. Maybe it's the last rogue skill, like a proper infernal trap or something, and it does fire or some shit. Potato, how do you go about getting out of horns? I keep getting out of horns with the fucking beast rampant co strategy. Do you just buy them non-stop? Seems pretty inefficient. I like 2 per coast. I tried to build a beast for it, but yeah. But then people say build the beast for runes, so... When is it? Because you can't do both, really, right? You either do horns or bones, basically, right? Sorry, horns or runes. Or bones. Sorry, you're 3. I guess I'll do that. That looks like the crystallized heart. I'm getting fucking paranoid, man. My crow dash didn't work such. I have like 250 havocs. How many I have? Like 20 something? No? 30. 35. What? Hotfix when, bro? Need the hotfix for the stash. And for everything. but use spear, why not? Like one proper hotfix that target low priority shit. Yeah, I don't know what their priorities are. Yeah, like, you know, the game is on fire. Like a fucking new features are not working. Fix the bug on Fireball. All right. I mean, that's nice, but you know, Fireball. Really? They're like, skeletons now have their AoE, like, blah, 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 blah. It's like, alright. Thank God, you know. I have a lot of those, huh? How much I have? I can still stall. I can stall still. Always stall, you know. The least the visits to that shit, the better. Yeah, meteor targeting is not more intuitive. I was like, alright. Nice. Don't get me wrong, eventually they have to fix everything, right? But I have a phalanx. Dude, I get so much loot. I'm overwhelmed, man. I'm full inventory every time. I might need to switch to only double tier 7s. But the thing is, I'm gonna need all of this for the builds I play next. Yeah, like the stash stuff is like, stash stuff has to get fixed, right? There shouldn't be any, like, the thing is, like, probably a lot of the people who work on these other kind of bugs, they have nothing to do with the stash stuff. They don't even know, you know. Then I go out.
You're not going. Just you. You can't touch me.
Even if the night goes out. Okay. Capping loot chance at 100% growth is a huge mistake. Players face absurd difficulty with no extra rewards. In an RPG, risk must equal reward. This system makes the endgame pointless. I mean, that is still true without the endgame being capped. Like, I haven't done more than 300 corruption. Like, I basically have red rings, you know, full tier 7s. Like, this is just straight up. Even if corruption was not capped, this would still be true in last Epoch. So, the cap doesn't matter at all. It doesn't really have an effect. The only thing that gets affected by corruption is super minimal. And, you know, Like, the difference between 300 and 800, it's not capped, and it's still unnoticeable, so... For anything that actually matters, so... I mean, I agree with you, that difficulty should mean power, and not only that, I would even say that there should be reasons to do that power. I think there should be certain items that, for affixes and tiers, that straight up don't drop in if you're doing low content, period. Like, I don't think you should be able to drop a 3 LP item on your first monolith boss at level 50. I don't think that should exist. But, the problem in Last Epoch is that the only thing that difficulty does on 99.9999% of the items is that it's a slight better chance at something that is already quite common. So the difficulty straight up does not really do anything, especially because most of the things that scale, that give you loot, don't scale with difficulty, right? Prophecies, imprints. These imprints and these prophecies, they're gonna proc no matter what difficulty you're doing, and that's how you get loot. You don't get loot through killing monsters at all in Last Epoch, at all. Like, there's a bit of boss farming for certain items, and that's about it. Everything else comes from the overpowered fucking progression systems and stuff. You don't kill shit, right? To actually get gear. You kill shit because you have to get the currency to get the items, right? Like the favor, the ember, the... But if you could not kill a single mob and just open chest, you would, you know? If you could literally not kill mobs and find a way to somehow, you know, there is a chest that gives you ember and then the chest allows you to do this map, you would do it, you know? Because that's the actual most rewarding thing. So, again, I agree with you, but I think capped corruption doesn't fix anything. Like, every other RPG gives you more loot per difficulty, and it has caps on every way, right? You have maximum number of modifiers on PoE, you have maximum numbers of scarabs, you have maximum number of tiers. Diablo 2, obviously, like straight up, you have 3 difficulties, that's it, right? Area levels, and that's it, and that rule's still true, right? So, again, while I agree with you on everything you said of the intention, capped corruption has nothing to do with it. I would even say that uncapped difficulty, it's stupid. No other RPG really has that and works properly. Even D3 was capped somehow, right? Sure, it was a stupid cap, like 100 and whatever the fuck many tiers. But it was still capped. There was still an end. Again, I agree with your sentiment, but I don't agree in the diagnosis. Especially if you learned how the math behind the game and what the actual drop chance of items are at 0 corruption, you know. D3? I mean, D3 did difficulty better than Last Epoch. I hate D3, but, you know, it definitely did difficulty better. I think Rift tiers were better than Infinite Corruption, I tell you that much. And they are both dog shit. But if you have to compare dog shit versus giga dog shit, like dog shit's still less dog shit, right? Like a 2 out of 10, it's still better than a 1 out of 10. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Fashion. I'm just wondering if there's a better way. This is not too good. But I agree with you. Risk must equal reward. And not only that, the reason you want the rewards should be to do the harder content, right? Like, why would I want good loot if I don't need it to face the hardest content, right? That's I think the biggest actual problem. The fact that, yeah, I mean, you get too powerful too early on the. But by the time you have, again, this character hasn't. I'm not even level 100, right? It's my second character on hardcore. This motherfucker has enough gear and has so much power just intrinsically, because just how OP characters are intrinsically in Last Epoch, sadly. I could do 1k corruption right now. No problem. I wouldn't even feel it. Like, my fucking frogs are hitting mobs for 100k. Doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter if I do 300, 600. That doesn't matter. And that's a problem. And not only that, but if I do that corruption, I'm not gonna get chances at getting something that I can't get already. At all. So. I said it before, yeah, I have a whole... And I have a lot of ideas. Just like... They're just ideas, right? D2 and PoE do that very well. Yeah, of course. Like, why would you farm like the highest area tier content? Let's just say you're looking for a Grand Charm, right? Well, if the easiest boss in the game dropped the highest level, item level Grand Charms to reroll them and stuff and try to get like a Giga Grand Charm, well, you would. But guess what? In that game, if you wanna farm like the best shit, you have to do the hardest content, right? And you know, there is some bosses that are easier, that are super efficient. Like, you know, people farm Mephisto and people farm, you know, Pindleskin, and people do farm things that are easier and fast, but they can, some of those bosses cannot drop every item in the game, you know? And harder content is Giga capped, yeah. And you would argue, right? You have a bit of control. You even have more control if you want to with the players, right? With the player count, you can scale loot and difficulty quite well. That system alone, like if you're playing solo, right, and you do the /players2 or you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Or you just join a game that has 7 players and you go solo farm or whatever. That is more agency of difficulty that LE allows you to. Does Trueside like work for ballistas? I don't think so, no. I mean, I think they get the crit multi, but I don't think they get the deadly bullshit. You'd have to test, though. Can't get the boots to drop the bear build. Will I be BBBS loss if I use totems? Yes. And if you cannot get them to drop, I dropped today like 17. So just keep killing the boss, you know, you probably got a bit unlucky. Just keep killing the boss. They will drop. You maybe got a bit unlucky. They're not hard to get. In my opinion, difficulty should never be frictioned with time. That's very important, because that's one of the reasons corruption is fucking dog shit. Because in order to get corruption, you have to spend time, and during that time you're getting stronger, right? Stronger. So what happens is, like, in that time you invest to get the corruption. By the time you get to your desired corruption, you're already too powerful. You could, you know. So you're always chasing this difficulty that you never really reach, right? This is like super artificial. Well, there's like in Diablo 2, you know, you can go to hell straight after killing Baal the first time in Nightmare. You can do that. Like, it's not time-wise. You can do it very fast, right? You get carried, boom, 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 and you can do it. Now, can you do it? Those are two different things, right? And the same on PoE, right? On PoE, you have a bunch of fucking tier 16s and tier 17s sitting on your, especially if you're playing SSF, you have a bunch of high tier maps that you don't dare to do because you know you're not ready. Like, if you're not playing, if you're playing like a normal pace and shit. How many times you open up a stream and a guy is doing tier 12s, even though he could be doing tier 16s, but he's aware of, oh, you know, it's not super efficient for me because I'm too slow, I'm too weak, so I'm not gonna do that. They could do it. They could instantly choose that difficulty if they wanted, because they have access to it, but they don't do it because they're scared of it. That never happens in Last Epoch, right? And I think that's pretty bad, if you ask me. Okay, I mean, if we get Giga lucky, this could be good. Has to be kind of lucky, though. What the fuck? I feel like I removal, no? Let's remove. Let's see, actually. Let's see. Because I can do evolution. I can do evolution. So then I can craft. This is pretty... I don't like the base though. Fuck. I don't know if I like this. I think I just remove well. If it was the right base, maybe. Gone. If it was the right base, maybe. Like my current one is better just from the base. Best example is PoE2. You can raise map level super fast, but it means you die more and you lose maps. Yeah. I think, I mean, most ARPGs, that's a thing, right? Or in LE, in Diablo 2. I mean, if you want to get to Nightmare like in 40 minutes, you can do that, right? Now, are you gonna be able to farm on your own? Well, depends, right? How good you are and build you're playing and. So yeah, I mean, it's a big topic. Sure. I also think, like, when you have infinite scaling content, it's a very lazy... Basically, the devs, they are no longer in responsibility of setting up the difficulty of the game. It takes a lot of responsibility from the devs. Because if you have fixed content, right, there has to be an actual vision behind, okay, this is going to be the hardest content in the game. This is it, right? Whether it's like, if you have infinite content, you know, it's like, well, the game is as hard as the users want it to be, so we can just make it... We can just make the base difficulty piece easy, and if someone wants the harder experience, just go to 3000 corruption, then you'll have fun. When ideally you want to be a part of an experience where everyone kind of like shares that thing, right? That way you feel part of like a, how you call it, like an experience that matters, right? Like, for example, most, you know, like games that offer difficulty settings normally, I don't know, it's just kind of hard to care about them, kind of, no? Like, you're either playing the hardest difficulty or like everything else doesn't really, you know. And most games that are super praised and people get super attached to it, I feel like a lot of the times are games where everyone's having the same experience, and you know, when you're looking at playthrough, when you're playing yourself, you feel like, okay, every other player who's playing this game got through this exact struggle, and I managed to overcome it, right? And I think that philosophy, like psychology-wise, is super important, right? That's, for example, why it's so important to have static bosses, right? Like Uber Abaroth and stuff. Like, bosses being static is super important. So that's good, you know. Yeah, same. I agree too. Like, area scaling is so fucking dog shit, you know. Like, area scaling is so lazy, you know. Oh, you know, it's just so lazy. Like, bro, don't, like, if the players need to get, you know, if the player needs to get one shot by a regular mob, do it. You know, fuck them. Like, if everything's always your level and nothing really matters, like, no, well, people don't play your game. People don't care anymore. You don't feel the progression at all, like, enemies are always taking the same amount of time to kill, blah, blah, blah. Right? WoW has that problem, right? Like, and the same with PvP, like, dynamic fucking gearing and all that bullshit, like, oh my god, you know. The anti-gaming, you know. Anti-gaming mechanics. Anti-progression mechanics. And you know, PoE 1 is pretty good at this, right? Because you do have like static content or like base difficulty, but then players have all of agency with juicing, right? And that's where the risk reward comes, that we were talking about earlier. Can't really juice in last Epoch, like difficulty wise, right? You can grab a bunch of nodes maybe on the Weaver tree now that spawn a bit more champions and a bit more. Now my champions are enraged or whatever, but that's pretty much about it. And most of the difficulty in last Epoch, I would argue, comes with things that you don't even control. It's like mob types, right? Because some mobs are giga hard, some mobs are giga easy. Like you can like. It's like in PoE, if you run a bad map, I feel like sure there's some mobs that are scarier, but you would just like die to whatever. Yeah, are frogs good SSF? I mean, if you have you need the helmet, and the helmet is level 73. So, starter is a very wide term, I guess. Can't really start. Well, they're high level. It's a high level item that you have to buy. You feel me? But I mean, they're super easy. Yeah, they're super. You put on the helmet and you're fine, pretty much. My own beast always scares me, man. Always. Beast. My frogs are going bonkers. They're going pretty nuts. By the way, I have to do the fucking campaign for my attributes. But the last quest is bugged, so I can only do up to... I can only do Majasa, right, at the moment. What quest is bugged? Basically the last quest on the campaign is supposed to give you +1 attributes and it's bugged and it's not giving them to you. You cannot finish the quest. Worked for me? It's bugged from last patch. It's only been bugged since the last hotfix. I don't know if you did it before or after, but you probably did it before, right? Like a new bug. They somehow broke it. It worked on my first character. But it doesn't work anymore. My Hammerdin has it. So after my Za, I also didn't get the +1 attribute. Yeah, that is working now. The Void Anus opens once again.
I did nothing wrong.
Who? I'm gonna keep clearing this map because I saw there's the the Lilas Arbor bosses, mobs, these guys. So I'll see if I can get the... I'll see if they drop me the boots. Only a 10% chance for them to appear, so if you see them, you want to make sure you full clear. Oh, there's my boots. Well, there you go. Knowledge acquired for the viewers.
Sharpen your blades and focus your mind.
It is much more broken than LA. Yeah. I think PoE 2, like, again, it will always be broken, no? Pretty much. I know they have added some stuff like, oh, you know, to make sure things don't interact with each other in order to prevent players from breaking things. There's so much shit in that game. So much freedom, you know, to control it. I was watching this podcast with the, you know, the Maxwell guys and Rueto, like the cat, and... have you ever tried lining wolves? Watching 1000 Corruption with them? I haven't. I don't think they're really good. Again, you gotta keep in mind, Shamo, that 1000 Corruption, it's... all the builds in Max Roll, all of them can do that. Like, with shit gear. Like, all of them. So I understand that as a new player, you look at 1000 Corruption and you go like, wow, you know? That's pretty cool. But it's actually not an indicative of a build being good at all. All minion builds, even if you build them wrong, can do 1k corruption. All of them. You could pick up Raptors, build it the worst way possible, and you could do 1k corruption. You could pick every node, you could pick it wrong, and you would do 1k corruption. Like, you know, instead of going for crit, you go for bleed. Instead of going for pack, you go for solo. Instead of going for... you could do every decision that you can make, you could make it wrong, and you could do that corruption. So, I don't know. I think Bina was testing them a bit. The
fine choice.
What is it called? He was testing a bit the those things, but compared to Bear, compared to, you know, like the builds we have, not really worth playing. That doesn't mean you can't play them though, Shamo. You can absolutely play them and have fun with them. If the build looks fun to you, just play it, you know. But yeah. Okay, let's buy stuff. Hey, what's up, buy flip?
The Weaver's eyes grace you. How may I aid you, traveler?
Probing time. Oh shit, I thought I had enough. I think wolves in general, especially after they switch them to there's literally no reason to play them. That's we don't have them on max roll at the moment. Like we're looking at updating them, but for example, raptors are just better, basically. It's just better wolves. Way more damage, way better tree, way better atomization, way tankier. They get fucking berserk, wolves don't. So it's just like the better version of the thing, right? It's a bit annoying that it's like that, but... And they play exactly the same, right? This is basically the same build. Same items even, like... I came to the conclusion that aspect stacking is simply just too good. Incredible conclusion, I flip. But yeah, pretty much. And that is the only reason why, in my opinion, frogs are just not as good as these things. Like, not going aspects is just like... Yeah. And that's what breaks bear, you know? Aspects are just... Too OP. Oh, fuck that. I talk about the server today, just saw one on YouTube. I mean, I have it on max roll and I have my old version, and now you just play that version with upheaval. Extremely overpowered in my opinion. Super good. Not as good as bear, because bear is just retarded damage. But I personally find Sabertooth way more fun to play than frogs, for example. Because the, you know, the upheavals going off and shit, like, it's just fun, you know. It's way more active. And they still does a shit ton of damage. But you know, frogs are like laid back and shit. People like that, right? I think like a super laid back build, you don't really have to do anything. You don't have to swipe. And I wanted to test them just to get build myself an opinion, because I obviously didn't play them before the patch because, well, they didn't exist. Right? I don't think I would play frogs again on a personal level. I mean, if I want to play, I mean, if I play, I'm not a minion player, right? Like, it's not my preference, even though I played a bunch of minions because I had to for work, right? If I had to play a minion build, it wouldn't be frogs, that's for sure. Now, something like bear is like, it's so overpowered that you can't ignore it. You have to have a bear, right? And I was actually watching like all the people who played like Falconeer and like all the Falconeer boys, the Chinese guys, the Koreans, all of those guys, you know, like they're all playing bear. Like in China and stuff, everyone's playing bear. They don't even care about anything else. They just play whatever is the best build and that's it. It's too slow. The thing is, like, it is not... Bear is... It's not slow. Rage Hartles. Like, again, I haven't seen you play, right? But I feel like what happens is, like, a lot of people don't play the bear how they should. And maybe I did a poor job at explaining it, or maybe the fact that we didn't have footage affected negatively the guide, right? People looking at the... Because obviously, you know, I released the guide before the bear was in the game. So, you know, people couldn't see how... you're supposed to use it, right? And you know it's bad when Conf is playing bear, yeah. Just like, thank you, Lizard. I mean, you should not feel slow when playing bear. You shouldn't feel slower than what I'm doing right now with frogs. Like, you should not. Okay, let's see Milky Way strats, guys. It's very important that on that build, like, you take initiative. Okay, let's see if we have some sepulchers. I know there was a good spot here. Another spot. Not really, these are cocked. This one will be good eventually. Swap the reflect. I mean, obviously reflect is giga good, right? But bear is not low. I am leveling up Primalist next. Bear will be a good overkiller. Bear is the best overkiller. It's not even comparable, you know. Unless you look at some of the unless you look at some of the back builds, because there is some back builds at the moment doing, for example, Marrow Shards is doing what, 100 times more damage. You can one-shot Uber and shit with like a bunch of bugs stacking on top of each other. But from the builds that are not bugged, it's the best by far. They're the guys that scare me. The golem. You don't have to bother with the UI. Yeah, but again, it shouldn't be a problem. I can show you if you want to see. The bear shouldn't even. The bear should just be next to you all times, doing nothing but being next to you, basically. You shouldn't let him go doing his thing, or if you're waiting for your bear to do stuff, you're playing the build wrong, basically. And stacking detonator arrow will still one-shot stop. I have no idea, actually. I think they added a cap, no? Definitely meme territory though, that one. I'd love to see that. You guys want to see some bear? I can show it. I'm scared of the golem guys. And it's also, you gotta keep in mind that, for example, if you're playing bear, because you're also gonna take a look at how is the game played at the moment. Because if you're playing the build, you know, if you're playing the build like the game how you should, like you should be doing Rampant Coast, which is basically a boss you want to one-shot, with Troves, which is a very small map, right? You shouldn't be doing anything else. You should be doing Rampant Coast and Troves. That's it. So mapping as in like, oh, I want my character to be fast, is actually not valuable at all this season. Like, it's good for league start, you know, to get your shit going. But on endgame you're not like mapping, you know, because of Rampant Coast and all of that. I'll show the bear. I don't have the cooldown idols. So. Edit or something. So we gotta wait for the buff, right? And now I respect that. What did I? Fair, of course. 1 second, because I was respecing yesterday. All right. This is all you should do with Bear. Run to a corner, do your war cry, let him kill everything. Get him in defensive stance so he does the earthquake, and then you keep going. And then every rare you see, you kill. You ignore everything else. Like, if you're not doing this, like you're just if you're playing like this, right? Like where you're like this, you're like. Because I think that's basically what people are doing, right? And people are dealing with his AI being fucking annoying and shit. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be doing that, right? 1 second. What am I missing? Carry and pull. And again, don't kill the shitty monsters that don't give you anything. These monsters are white mobs, they don't give you anything. Right? Ignore that. Now you see the rares, you kill the fucking rares, you do your war cry, kill everything. Right? Let him do his thing. Now he will automatically teleport to you. Now we see a champion here. Dead. Oh, right. He one-shots the boss. Right. Boom, boom, boom. But I understand, you know, people look into the build and they're not doing what I'm doing, right? They're just like, and they're doing this. You don't do that. You like basically you just go forward, and then when you want to stop, you stop. The bear insta comes to you, he earthquakes, kills everything, and move on. Oh, you want to kill this pack? Boom, he will come. He kills everything. You don't even think about the bear. You don't even look at it like it doesn't exist, right? 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. Hola, pollito. Gotta give the pill to my cat. And again, the good thing about this build, obviously, is like... Bossing set? No, this is just the bossing set. I don't even have minion teleport or anything like that. You know? And obviously the advantage of this build is this.
Nothing.
And again, remember, mapping doesn't mean being fast at map doesn't mean you're getting more loot. How do you get loot? Is killing bosses and killing beast, and this is the best build for it. So again, what does it matter if you can clear these bullshit mobs if these mobs don't give you anything? Like. Doesn't matter. Like you're like, you know, you're fast at something that doesn't matter. Like, you know, you're going into Who Wants to Be a Millionaire with a full strength build. You want a full intelligence build, you know, if you're going into Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And currently the patch, it's not a patch about clear speed. It's a patch about single target. Everything that you want to get in the game is single target. Boss drops, nemesis, beasts, and Uber. That's the actual only thing that matters, right? To actually gear. Like, it doesn't fucking matter if you clear the fucking shitty maps fast. It doesn't matter. Now you see a champion, and obviously you build up your woven tree for it, right? You go full champions, full enraged bosses, full fucking twinned mages, champions spawn with mages. Like, you do the full fucking big bosses tree, right? And the mage, again, they didn't even appear, right? What is the strongest build? Again, it depends what you want to do. I think overall, the best, in my opinion, is Warpath. Like, overall, because it's good bossing, good speed, like, good everything. But I would say that the most, like, you're gonna feel broken from minute 1, probably Reflect. The mage was scared of me? Oh, yeah. And here, I don't know where I'm going, right? I was reading chat. Alright. And you go in, you use your things, you know, you kill the boss again. Boom, boom, boom. And you're absolutely chilling, basically. That during the fucking 90% DR, you know. And it's like, sure, you know, like, it might not feel like as fast as if you play something like a rogue or whatever, but it's the most, like, you're gonna get the most loot. It's gonna be the most efficient. Your build has cleanse, yeah. Have cleanse on Warcry built in. I mean, look at this shit. And then, I don't know, you want to farm a normal normal Abby or some, or like an Uber or whatever. I'm pretty sure the fucking poor normal Abby is literally gonna get one shot, literally.
So you finally return to me, and with a guest. But first, prove yourselves worthy.
Aberroth! Face us yourself!
Enough of this, Barbages. Entertain my dear sister for a moment.
Traveler, don't worry.
And obviously it does Uber. That's the same shit Uber.
Such wasted.
What's the OP starter? Reflect. I think Reflect is... You need to buy the chest piece from the beast, but... That's normal Aberoth, right?
What? No.
And now with Uber.
Such wasted potential. All beasts would have welcomed you. See the beauty we were denied. Etera turned her back on us. We treated the world no better. Death is our legacy.
Okay, my bear is not hitting this guy. I mean, you're watching.
What? No. Arubis.
Huh?
Me.
What did you come to? Bear. If you do the combo properly, you literally can, like, you take it to 50% on the first thing, and on the second immunity phase, you kill him. Like, if you time up everything and your bear doesn't cast Earthquake when he's shooting. Because the only reason he doesn't get one-shotted is because he becomes immune, right? He gets like a shit ton of damage reduction. And keep in mind, you can get more damage than this, right? Like if you go for a, because that setup is like 3k HP or 4k HP or whatever, you know, like you can do like a super like DPS setup with like 2k health or whatever, and full damage. If all you want to do is Uber, right, and you never take him mapping, you're not playing hardcore or whatever, right? Now, I think it's overkill. I think that's already fast enough where, like, I don't think it's worth building more damage than that, personally. Unless you want to, like, literally, like, I don't know, post a clip of you killing it in... Oh, look, I killed it in 10 seconds instead of 20. Okay, like, you know. Are you going to be wearing that gear while mapping, though? Probably not, right? So, again, I don't put that in the guide because I think it's over. No. For reference, like, my guy was doing what? My guy is doing 600 million on the third Earthquake. Like, I've seen a guy, like, who's going full CHP. He's where my explosion is 600 million on the dummy, he's doing 1.2 billion. So you can double the damage I had. Like, if you go full glass cannon, and, you know, double tier 7s, blah, 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 right? So yeah, it's just like, yeah. You should mechanically... Well, I mean, one of the good things about building a lot of damage is that, you know, like, you basically lock him into not attacking you. Like, he didn't attack me once. Like, there was no last phase. Did you see any laser? I didn't see a single laser like that phase, right? So the advantage of building, especially if you're playing softcore, the advantage of just building a shit ton of damage is that, well, there is no mechanics, right? Like... And if you, again, I'm playing hardcore, so I always build more defenses that you know, just to be safe. And but if you're playing fucking softcore, you know, who gives a fuck? Like, just go full troll, you know. Big number, boom boom. So I don't know. I was quite surprised. Like, there was a lot of people. I think a lot of, like, Rax community, because I think Rax played Bear, and I think Fabgun played Bear, but I think they rerolled because they find it, like, slow or whatever. And I think it's probably that they were just not playing it properly, right? Because Which again, you know, like if I made like a proper video, you know, if I had like proper footage and stuff, probably would have avoided that, but you know. He talked bad about Bear. Yeah, but I mean, you know, it's like he doesn't really play last Epoch, right? So, oh shit, what the fuck? What hit me there? I mean, he plays, but you know, he doesn't play like we play, right? And he came from Rogue Shift. That's the build he played previously. So it's like a big, you know, it's like from you just dash on cooldown to you actually have to, you know, like, it's normal. And same for Fabcan, right? Fabcan came from what? From playing a Racing Strike, full, like without crit avoidance on softcore, like just going in like a fucking, you know, like. So I can understand people having that reaction. I don't blame them, right? But that's a skill thing, basically. It's not the build, it's them, right? If I play the build and it's not fast, right, and you play the build and it's slow, who's the problem, right? You know, if you grab a Ferrari and you drive it at 30 miles per hour, is the Ferrari slow? Or are you just driving at 30 miles per hour? Still a Ferrari. And then, for example, I see people talk about like frogs being faster. And sure, if you're doing this, like this, right? You see what I'm doing here? Like basically nothing. Frogs feel faster because, you know, they spread and they kill like the single targets very fast. But if you wanted to run the strat of like, oh, okay, like I'm gonna go, like my frogs are doing shit, right? I'm gonna proc the Nemesis. If my frogs are not around, right? They have to come, look at the attack, like and then they kill it, right? So, if you don't have all the fucking frogs together, they can't clear the rares and the nemesis and the champions as fast as the bear. So, it's one of those builds where like the minimum speed is faster than bear, but the maximum speed is actually lower. Like if I did that, like if I did what I do on my bear and I just like jumped and Warcry when I want to kill stuff, I wouldn't kill shit. You know, well, I don't have jump, right? Because the frogs are just gonna be retardedly, they're gonna be killing like some stupid mobs, right? But are they gonna be killing what I actually want to be killing? Like the nemesis and all that? Obviously I'm doing 300 corruption, so they just kill everything. But you see, like, they're like zooming around, like what the fuck are they going? And then if you really want to have a pair of boots for mapping, you could also just craft the, which I have it on the guide. You could just craft the minion teleport thing, either on one ring, well, on the champion ring, or on the boots, right? Experimental affix. Oh, that's kind of good. Mm-hmm. For example, this beast, like in hardcore, if I don't kill the beast really fast, I can actually die to this shit, right? I can actually die. Like I had a couple close encounters with the beast. Like if I play bear, this beast, I will never see a single attack of these beasts, ever. What is the most important piece of gear? If you want damage, you want like a good helmet. Like a really good helmet, possible. If you are playing the relic version, which is what I recommend for mapping, you need a good relic. And obviously you need you need this, like, this is my current Earthquake helmet. With +6 and with the... I'm imprinting it, trying to get a better one. Have a bunch of these. But you want the Primordial on the DPS variant? And if you're playing full bear, I have a bunch of Earthquakes, right? I said. And if you want full bear, you need this. You need +15 added minion crit chance. That's basically must have. You need this, basically. And then a very, very, very annoying piece of equipment is this. What is it? This. You need an Inheritance of the Erase, ideally with tier 7 crit chance. And that is fucking annoying to get. I haven't really gone for it yet, but I have this one with tier 3 or something. Which it'll be okay. But if you have that with tier 7, you basically forget about ever having, like, basically your bear caps crit for free. You can get away with it with Julra, which is probably what I'm gonna be doing early with this, and you just craft tier 7 crit chance. But yeah. Very good. More attributes though. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, I gotta go give my cat his, like, pill thingy. I'm gonna do that after this map. Put my pizza in the oven and shit. My girlfriend is not home, because again, she's like... One of her girlfriends had like a very bad breakup, so they're having a bit of a girls' night, you know, trying to... But basically she was dating an absolute fucking retard, asshole, liar, motherfucker, you know? So all the girls got it together to, like, tell her she's gonna be okay and shit. Which means we can game all night, you know? All night. And you know I'm gonna take advantage of this situation. I bought myself pizza, I bought myself a monster. Oh shit. At least he's got a good friend group. Yeah, it's a bit of a tough situation actually. I know this girl too personally, and you know, she's a bit younger than my, because they met at work, and she's a bit younger than my they met at my girlfriend's first job in Spain, right? But they're both from Colombia, so they bonded over, you know, like, you know, being migrants, and like, you know, obviously they come from the same country. So this, you know, my girlfriend has acted a bit like a bigger sister to her, because she's like 3 or 4 years older, kind of. My girlfriend's 33, she's gonna be, and she is like 27, maybe 20, something like that. So it's actually quite 5 years or something. She's not 37 yet. And you know, let's just say I had her in my house a few times, where we basically were acted as their parents, pretty much, you know. At least it makes me look good. It makes me look real good. Real good. My girlfriend has been sending me messages saying, "I'm so glad I met you, you're the man of my life." I'm like, yes, you know? Oh, and all I had to do was not cheat, you know? It was, again, incredible achievement, you know? Holy. Guys, if you are in a relationship and you know, just end it, guys. Just end it, okay? Don't lie. It's bad. That's my advice. Thank God for pieces of shit. Yeah, it's great. And thank God for bad build makers. They make me look twice as good. You know? It's the same, you know? Thank God for fast as fuck builds, you know? My wife says she's happy she married a gamer. Yeah. I have been told something like that before. Like, I know if I leave you alone, you're gonna go straight to your computer, you know? So, safe. So yeah, the moment my... basically, this guy, like giant red flag. Like, again, we basically told her, bro, like, this guy's been cheating on you, like, for sure. I don't know, she was like, she didn't really have anyone else here, and I don't know. She was too dependent on this dude who was playing her like a, you know, like a schoolgirl, pretty much. And I don't know exactly why. I'm gonna get the lore dump tomorrow, because obviously the best part about this is, like, I will actually get the gossip tomorrow, right? So today I stream, but tomorrow I'm gonna get the fucking BBC report, you know, footage of everything. And I'm gonna get my expert opinion on the topic. It's gonna be great, right? I love gossip. It's great. Yeah, it's gonna be great. And I'm got my advice on the gossip is gonna assert my position as the perfect partner for my girlfriend. So we're like double dipping, you know? She feels like I'm the one now, and tomorrow, when I give my incredibly, like, deep analysis of the situation that reinforces her beliefs, guys, we're fucking tomorrow, basically, you know? Like, yeah, it's done, you know? It's done. Twins incoming, exactly. Done deal. Okay, what is happening? I'm scared. Okay, I'm not scared anymore. When it doesn't die quick, I get scared. Congrats on the sex? Yep. So, guys, if tomorrow no stream... Hey. Gotta take the opportunities, you know, when they present themselves. Yeah, but the TLDR is, for whatever reason, this guy... I don't know exactly what happened. I assume she was being a bit... Because, you know, the guy is clearly not interested on her anymore. But I think she's, like, trying to push the situation to still talk to him, you know, because... they had, like, a couple builds that they shared, or, you know, like... And she's just trying to use that to... Okay. To, like, keep contact. You know what I'm saying? And basically, I assume that's what happened, based on my incredible analysis of the situation, taking into account the backstory. But basically, the guy sent her a message where he basically goes like, "Yo, by the way, just so you know, I have fucked other woman in your bed. when you gave me the keys to look over your stuff while you were in Colombia, yeah, I brought girls and I fucked them in your bed." I was like, holy fuck, that's some evil shit. Like, if you've done that shit, bro, just don't use it as fucking, you know, like, you're already been bad enough, right? Yeah, it's bad. Like, she sent me the message, and I was reading it. I was like, I couldn't believe it. I mean, I'm not gonna read it for respect to the girl, because it's too soon, right? But it was like, yeah, and just so you know, everything I told you forever was a lie. I was just bored, and I just wanted to have you around, and I just wanted to have someone to have easy sex, and I manipulate you like a book, and you're fucking retarded, and yes, I did bring girls to your bed, and yes, I did fuck girls in your house, and fuck you, and like, and this is what you get for playing with me. Like, dude, fucking, this guy needs to be locked up. Like, what the, like, and again, like, Bro, like, people do bad shit. Like, people do cheat, people do lie. But, bro, like, that ultimate, like, bro, this guy, like, his ultimate is fucking crazy. It has to get nerfed. It's like unethical. Like, it's too much. Like, this guy ulti was, like, way too evil. Like, way too evil. So, I'll be right back. Pizza! Way too fucking evil, this guy. But karma will get him. No? Eventually. No? Gonna get like testicle cancer or something. No? It will happen. Dude, insecure as fuck. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, and again, it was super obvious that something like this was happening, and we told her, right? Like, yo, like, are you sure you want to keep going back to this guy? Like, because it was the kind of relation, they end it, they go again, and they end it, and they go again, and they end it, and they go again, and somehow the same thing keeps happening. Wow, like, who could have expected that the guy who is a piece of shit, when you got back to him, he was still a piece of shit. Wow. I guess she thought he respect or something. He told her, right? Hey, I'm respecting for you. I promise. I promise you. I'm respecting forever. This is what the last respect. I promise. Right? It wasn't the last respect. He was actually multi-classing. Quite extremely, actually. So yeah. So, yeah, I feel pretty bad for her. I mean, I'm joking now, but and you know what I did? I told my girlfriend, hey, if you're there with the girls and you guys want to have some pizza or whatever, it's on me. So I bought pizza for the girls. You know? You gotta do what you can to help people around, Just have a nice touch. It doesn't cost me anything. It does cost me like $30, but what is $30, right? When you can be a nice human. What is $30 when you can be nice? Someone's getting special treatment for the next month. I would have done that even if without the sex, honestly. Like, I don't know, I just feel like you gotta be nice. People complain too much about the world without them being a positive in the world. You know what I'm saying? It's so easy to complain about, like, oh, like fucking the government and you know, the war and you know, this and that and fucking the millionaires, and then you're a piece of shit trash. You know? You know what I'm saying? Oh, why are you complaining about why are you complaining about the government when you can't even be a good brother? You can't even be a good friend and you're complaining about the government, brother? Like, have you looked in the mirror? You can't even not lie? You're complaining about fucking... I don't know. Whatever fucking global conflict that you're suddenly super invested on? Yeah, bro, what's going on in Gaza, bro? We gotta change it, bro. Like, bro, you cheated on your girlfriend yesterday. What the fuck are you talking on about? Like, I saw you. Like, yeah, bro. You know, like, don't get me wrong. You know, I have a lot of empathy for the suffering in the world, but could you just try, like, let's forget about Russia, forget about the US, forget about Trump for a second. Would you not suck? You know? And then we care about, you know, like, I don't know. And you can do both, right? You can do both. You can be like a nice person and care about these things. But I hate people who are shit humans, but they act like they care about things that don't even affect them, you know, and they can't even be a nice friend, you know, they can't even be nice to, like, the bartender, you know, or like, I don't know, some like girl who's working at a fucking shop and she makes a mistake and she gives you ask for an XL and she brings you an XXL, so you like complain and make like a big fuss about it. Like, bro, like, she works at a fucking shop, she probably makes minimum wage. Who, bro, relax. You know, relax, bro. Like, okay, she made a mistake, she has a shitty job, like, bro, just say, yeah, tell her, don't worry, you know, you made a mistake, it's fine, I'll be here, you know. People are, can't be, like, I can't with that shit. Yeah, be nice, you know. Act locally, you know. You know, be nice to your family, be nice to your friends, be nice to your colleagues, be nice to your co-workers. And if everyone does that, maybe the world gets a bit better, you know. Now, are we gonna end the wars and poverty and like all of these things? Yeah, probably not, you know, probably not. Humans are humans after all, right? There's gonna be someone who's gonna be, fuck that. But, at least you can make your life and your circle better, right? Yeah, I don't know how the fuck I end up like incarnating Gandhi, but yeah. That's a reflection of the day, okay, guys? Do good things and don't do bad things. I don't know if you guys knew this, but bad things are bad, you know? And good things are good. You wanna know what else is bad? Before bad. Is the video farm Haunted Reef? I have plenty of those. I mean, if you don't have the other, if you don't have Rampant Coast, might as well just imprint them. Why not? Especially if you have a build that kills the beast very fast. I'll probably just use all of them eventually. They do give you materials and shit. So. Anything beast is good to do. Anything beast. Such a long prep before a punchline. What can I say? I am a stand-up genius. You know? All of that, by the way, guys, I made up like the story about my, you know, the girl getting. I just wanted to say D4, but like it's all made up. It's a long joke. You know, I had to build the storytelling. It's fan fiction, exactly. What is this helmet? Man. What is Diablo next season, by the way? You guys think, are we getting next expansion soon? I didn't get the first expansion, and I never bought D4, I got it for free. Because I got a code through Maxroll. That was pretty bug. Should I buy the D4 expansion? Yes or no? Be honest. Hell no. I don't think I would spend money. I mean, if I get it for free, I'll try it. Eventually. Maybe. When it's good, you know? If it's good. Rax says it's gonna be good one day. I believe in Rax. Guys, it's season 24 of Diablo 4. They're going in the right direction still, you know? It's looking good. I see what you're doing, Blizzard. You know, they're getting a new game director. It's number 27. I do believe this guy may change things. And, you know, overall, I think Diablo has a bright future. You know, Blizzard, this is my feedback. Going in the right direction. And hopefully, you know, hopefully the game gets good. Thank you for watching, and yeah. Did you guys like my Rax TLDR when a Diablo patch hits? Right direction, new director, we'll see. You can make D4 good, but what if they just remake the entire thing, right? Like, there's games that have done that, like Final Fantasy, right, did that. And now, I don't think Blizzard's gonna do it, don't get me wrong, but it is, you know. Diablo 5. After Diablo and Mortar, I think they might be fucked. New powers? I was watching. I was watching this morning when I was like working, because I was power drilling and doing stuff like that. I was listening to a podcast, to the Maxroll podcast on PoE2, and they seem quite positive actually after the initial. I mean, they still all of them still hate the endgame, right? But they seem very, very positive about the new crafting. Obviously, you know, Diablo Immortal was a huge success. Diablo Immortal made more money than Last Epoch in the first hour of its release. It made more money than Last Epoch on its entire existence. So it sounds pretty good. But they will never have Army of Frogs. I mean, MTX though? There's a frog MTX, no? That's on PoE1 already. And they have Sharknado, no? They have Sharknado in PoE. I don't like PoE too. No, but I was just like observing. Like I don't. It doesn't look appeal to me yet until they fix the end game. Again, I might play the campaign like I said, right? Just to experience it, because people talk good about Chapter 4 and stuff. Why not? Right. I have the beta. It doesn't cost me anything. But I'm glad that the content creators are happier. Because on the first few weeks, I was watching some of their streams, and yeah, I mean, I was watching a bit of Crouching Tuna and a bit of Zizaran and a bit of some of the other guys, and on the first couple days, like, holy fuck, like it looked, they didn't look happy, let's just say that. I mean, my fucking nose allergy is killing me. I don't know what happened. I was fine, and then something happened, and now my nose is fucked. Any sniffers? No, but my understanding is that in the early game you're kind of forced to play meta because it's super rough. But my understanding, they were saying that basically with the new crafting is so fucking OP that you can basically make anything work. Like you can make anything OP basically. The power creep is so crazy, like with the new crafting, that you can basically turn everything into craziness. That's what they're saying. Again, I haven't played it, right? So what the fuck do I know? But I mean, I believe if these guys are saying that, I believe them. And actually, I was listening to the podcast. There was a very, 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 very interesting topic that I found fascinating, especially considering current Last Epoch situation. They were basically talking, and I agree with them, by the way. They were talking about how, like, because there was no preparation for streamers, because people couldn't prepare, right? Because the people couldn't make build guides for the community. People didn't want to take a risk. They didn't want to play something bad. So people played things that are comfort, right? And they didn't want to take any risk. And that's why not only Deadeye is super good early, but it was also safe. So by not having content creators and not having tools for people to prepare for a patch, the build diversity actually went down instead of up, right? You would wonder, like, oh, you know, there's no tools, streamers don't know what the fuck they're doing, everyone's gonna be playing their build. But it created the opposite effect. It's like, oh shit, nobody knows what it's doing, so let's all do the one thing that, you know, looks at least safe, you know? And I find it very, very, very fascinating, and it makes a lot of sense, right? The least preparation you can, the less room for exploration, because the punishment is greater. And just reflecting on this and how it mirrors what happens in Last Epoch too. Like, you know, with the no city stuff and blah blah. I feel like more people stick to the meta this patch than last patch, at least as like on softcore and stuff, because the new stuff was not proven, right? Like, you didn't have the guarantee of, hey, don't worry, this is gonna be good. Right? So a lot of people just went with the obvious. I don't know. I found it very, very interesting how, like, somehow the lack of min-maxing in preparation to the patch makes it so people experiment less. I find it's so interesting, because you would, again, you like, a lot of the times developers claim that is gonna cause the opposite effect, right? At least in last Epoch, that's what the developers claim, or that's what they're aiming at, rather. Like, that they're trying to get you to experiment by removing tools from the creators, but they also don't have the tools themselves, so they have to follow. You know, they don't have the ability to read patch notes and figure out what's good. So might as well listen to Fabgun, because if he's fucked, at least I'm fucked with him, right? And again, and the race for discovery is like a lost battle anyway. Like Rutu was talking about this. He was talking about like, do the developers think they can actually stop us? Because they will never stop us, right? We're just gonna do what we do. Nothing's gonna change, which is obviously true, right? I don't know. I find it very, 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 very interesting. Very interesting topic. If we hit this, pretty good. Hit. Didn't hit. Not good anymore. Gotta risk it for the biscuit, you know? Ones are good, but way worse. It was a pretty good podcast. Yeah, I liked it. And it was nice seeing them on a... I don't know. It was nice, you know, listening to Rutu's actual thoughts about... Because, you know, I don't really watch his stream that much. And a lot of the times when he gets clipped, you just see him like... You know, obviously you see the clips that have the most views, which are normally him berging and shit, right? Which is fine, you know. But it was nice to actually see them have like a educated, informed conversation about RPG topics, you know. Especially when they're pretty different kind of players, I would say. Like DGD, you know. You have Zizaran, which is like giga hardcore, you know, whatever. You have Rutu, who's like, I just want to make builds and make broken shit, right? You have Zizaran, who's like chilling. And, you know, historically, like, super linked to GGG, and Rutu has a kind of like the bad boy, right, you know? Oh, very interesting. 99% of Rook clips? Yeah, but I mean, it's also his, like, he also... People like that, right? And he knows that, like, he obviously... You know, it's... You know, when... You know, when the clown opens the stream and people come to the circus... I do that too, you know? He of course, it's his brand, he plays into it, you know, he knows, like, if he, like, goes like, what the fuck, he's gonna farm a bunch of engagement and a bunch of, like, you know, rage bait and a bunch of, like, it's just, it's like Quinn 69, you know? I do that too, to some degree, right, like, no, do you think if I was listening to the dev stream, like, without you guys, I would be, like, pausing and be like, what the fuck, what did Mike say? Let's rewind it, you know? I'm looking for engagement, I'm looking... It's just... It creates this environment where it's like, there's extra interactions. Oh, DC. This build is DC proof. So we lift. Nice. But, any builds that can AFK and kill entire map? Reflect. Reflect can do that. Reverse. Yes. It's a walking... No click. No click needed. 0 bottom build. I don't know. Very, very interesting when they talked about these topics. Okay, I need to take the pizza off the oven. Okay, is the pizza eatable, or did I? Shit. Is the pizza eatable, or did I burn it? Guess. How do I explain this? Okay, the pizza, it's toasty. It's quite toasty. But it was completely black, right? But I grabbed cheese, and I put cheese on top of the black. So now you can't see the black, right? So now it's cheese. So, you know what I'm saying? I think it's gonna be good. Okay. I present to you the first ever Michael Jackson pizza, you know? Thoughts? Now, how bad is it going to be? Okay, listen to the crusting. Okay. Not as hard as a rock. That's a good sign. That's a good sign right there. It's singing to me, you know? Beautiful. Okay. I'm pretty sure if I throwed this, I would be like playing chakrams in real life. It's hard as a rock. Okay, that's good. Okay. Okay, thoughts. Thoughts? Fuck. I was so looking forward to my pizza, now it's burnt. It looks fine in the inside. I think it's just the crust that it's... I mean, you can't tell what the pizza is, the flavor, right? But the bread is fine. I got nothing else to eat. I mean, I do, but I'm a man who pays the consequences of his acts. You know? I'm eating this pizza to remember to check, you know? I mean... It's very hard to set up a timer. Guys, I got busy entertaining you guys, okay? The only reason the pizza is burnt is because I love pizza, but I love you more. I love you guys more. And Twitch Prime, you know? So, you know, if anything, it's just like a... you know, if anything, it just gets to show you how much I love you guys, you know? I think I like food more than games, honestly. I think food I like the thing the most in the world. I think food is better than everything. Is food better than drugs? I'm thinking. I think food is better than drugs, actually. At least the ones I've tried. Is food better than sex? I think so. I think so. The name of the remix. Minute 36. Of the video I'm gonna link. For sure, food is better than sex. For sure. I don't think it's a contest. Not all food is good. Not all sex is good. You know. Have you ever met a starfish? Huh? Have you ever met a starfish? You like starfishes? What kind?
This is a mercy. Behold, I did what I must to protect my people.
What about 3 at the same time? I don't really like food and sex at the same time, honestly. The void anus kind. Oh shit. I mean, that's understandable. Food and sex at the same time. I don't know if I'm about it. I'm thinking. I think it's because I'm slightly overweight and it makes me feel dirty, you know? If I mix it. Like, I feel like if I was fit as fuck, I wouldn't bother mixing in. But because I'm overweight, it's like, it's disgusting, right? But if I was fit as fuck, it'll be fine. I'll feel like a Roman emperor, you know? Food and TV? I like food and gaming, for sure. Large dude, big lock. I've seen the movie, actually. I've seen the movie. Tampopo. I mean, food is always there, you know? Food is not gonna betray you, bro. Food is just there. And you can live without sex, right? You can live without sex. I know that because, I mean, you guys are here, right? But you cannot live without food. Like, Reddit exists, you know? Like, so you definitely don't need sex. Otherwise, Reddit wouldn't exist. But food, you need food. 100%. I think water is kind of overrated, honestly. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, water is good, you need it, right? But I mean, just drink Coca-Cola, it has water, right? And it's better. Or for example, you grab a regular water, right? Regular water. But then you grab a bit of lemon or something, like a lemon, and you squeeze it. No sugar, no nothing, just a lemon, you know? Is it better than regular regular water? I think so. Like, flavored water is better than water, right? So, I mean, why not, like, if you think about it, like, why would you wear a blue item, right? If you can wear an exalted item. Because if you think about it, Coca-Cola is water with more stats, right? It's like an exalted item. It's like exalted water, basically. You know? So why would I wear the white item, you know? Like, when you can get water, that stat is the same, right? But you get more stats, right? Like caffeine and fucking, you know, cancer-inducing adulterants and shit. Like, fucking GG, you know? Exalted water? Hell yeah. Necrotic water. Coca-Cola. Not wrong. Look at this crust, guys. What happens if you only drink holy water? That you main paladin, you know, you switch to paladin, your class changes. Rampan Coast. I'm scared. That attack is scary, the lightning attack thingy. This shit is common, huh? What the hell? Dude, what are we gonna do when they fix this shit? Because everyone is aware that this is a bug, yeah? Do you guys really think they want one in every 2 maps to be Rampant Coast if you imprint it? Are we gonna pretend this is intended? What's my favorite class in LA? I don't know. I don't know anymore. It used to be Lich. I don't know about the new Lich. I mean, I think Harvest Flay is my favorite build. Like, the gameplay wise, for sure. We should be doing, yeah, but I mean, we're getting them too much. It's for sure not intended, I feel. Or it's not staying for the next season, at least. Like, no way. Like, you should be doing it because it's broken, right? Holy, that was scary. Dashed into the meteors. Like, look at this bullshit. Rampant into rampant into rampant into... Do you think this... Like, this doesn't happen with any other map that is more common and cheaper? So... I mean... No. Very excited. What did Lizard play? I mean, I had phases in my life, but before this game, I played PvP stuff. I played Smite. I played League of Legends. Didn't really play. I mean, I played the RPGs when I was younger. I played a lot of Diablo 2. Sorry, not Diablo 4. Fuck that. Didn't really play. I played a bit of D3 when it came out, but not really. I played Titan Quest, a lot of Titan Quest when I was younger too. But I really didn't play RPGs until... I played a lot of RPGs from 12 to 16 or 18. And then I didn't play them until this, basically. I completely stopped. But I played a lot of the old ones. And it's funny, actually, thinking about it, most of the concepts that I use when I make my own builds, or when I started making builds, or the principles that I follow, they're actually from PvP games. Like from League of Legends, from Smite. Like, for example, in all games, there's the one rule, right? If you can get defense and damage at the same time, you're broken, right? And that is the same on League of Legends, that is the same on... In every game, basically. Every game, if you can double dip, defense and attack, you're OP. Can do damage if you're dead, right? You're playing a fucking Scion with 10k health, and the Scion one-shots the ADC, you know? Like, what the hell? Broken, you know? Just unfair, straight up. I agree. I didn't really get into Torchlight because of the art style. I did do a playthrough. Let him out. Just Torchlight 1, I never played Torchlight 2. And I haven't tried Infinite and none of those. The new ones. You know what I mean? I didn't play Diablo 1 when it came out, but I played it afterwards with the Belzebub thingy. With widescreen and stuff. For like the modern resolution and... But I was too young when original Diablo came up and never went straight to Diablo 2. I started playing Diablo 2 when I was very fucking young. Definitely too young. You know, the video game aisle of your local supermarket, man? Where your mom would go, like, buy clothes or whatever. And I said, can I wait here, mom, please? And you used to, like, be there for 20 minutes. You know, checking every game, reading every fucking box. Think, oh, fuck, I can only get one. Which one am I gonna get? Do I get Age of Empires or do I get StarCraft? Fuck. Those were the vibes, you know. I have very fond memories of doing that, you know, just being on the game aisle and just like... I wonder how much of that shaped my personality and my taste and... As a young person. Like just being there left alone, no influence, no friends, just me against a bunch of like... games with no context, just like judging them by the cover and the 3 or 4 photos in the back cover, you know. That doesn't happen anymore, right? Does that happen anymore? Because everything is influenced, right? By trends and by... Fuck. I'm old. Did you still play D3? I played D3 when it came out, but... You know, never really did much with it, honestly. I played it on Season 1 and never touched it again. Never bought the expansion. Never... I think Diablo 3 is my first experience as I really wanted to like it, and I forced myself. I played it a lot the first few weeks. And then eventually I realized I was retarded and I stopped playing. You know what I'm saying? And man, D3 broke me, bro. Because I was a super huge Diablo 2 fan. So when I find out that I wasn't even gaming on PC on those times when did D3 came out? I think it was what, 2013 maybe? When did 3 came out? I mean, based on when I was in college. So, and I was like on third year, I think, 2012. Okay, so second year, 2012. I remember, like, I haven't played that on PC for like, because you know, basically, from 16 years old to like 20 years old, I played console, right? Like I played Call of Duty 4, and I played fucking, you know, Modern Warfare, and I played all the classics, right, and all the Call of Duties. Normie gaming, right? Normie gaming. Yeah, Xbox 360, Modern Warfare, you know, boom. You know what? You know the drill. So when I remember perfectly when I saw the Diablo 3 trailer at Gamescom, BlizzCon or whatever, you know, where he did that silly dungeon and he equipped. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? The first gameplay, where he was dual wielding hammers with linings or whatever the fuck. I remember thinking, holy fuck, this is gonna be my game, bro. And I was so in copium, that I didn't even realize the game looked retarded. Even in the trailer, it looked retarded. And I remember, I had my laptop at uni, I had a Mac, right? So I pre-ordered D3 like a fucking retard, of course, right? And I remember, like, I skipped university for 3 days straight trying to log in. 3 days straight. Obviously, I didn't log in. No one logged in. You know. And when I finally logged in, it was shit. With the real money auction house, and you know, it's that era of gaming. I think that's my first like negative gaming experience, honestly, ever in my life. I think that's my first like modern gaming getting fucked in the ass moment. I remember it exactly, actually. I remember where I was, I remember the feeling, I remember trying to relog, I remember trying to get the fucking API to log in Korea and make an account so I could fucking make it. Because apparently the game was playable in Korea or some shit. I remember all of it. Oh man. I didn't know what Twitch was, bro. Did Twitch even existed? Or was it just in TV still? You use Rampant Coast, pinkly top. This one. Here on the bottom. Rampant Coast. 2010? Very early days. Yeah, I don't think I watched Twitch. I was a blind gamer gaming, you know? No build guide, no nothing, just like my... I think I played a Fury Barbarian or something. I played a Barbarian. My first character. And I did beat... What was it, Torment 3? Was the maximum? And the moment I beat it, I quit. For the chess map, that's Unclaimed Trope. This one that I'm missing here. Oh man, what memories. Blind gamer discovering, yeah. I don't even remember. What the fuck did I play? I played like Leap or something? It was like a Leap build. Were you doing low corruption? Well, number one reason is I'm farming rampant. I'm playing hardcore, right? So I don't want to die, and I'm imprinting this node, this thing called rampant coast, which is very, very deadly, very deadly. But it gives me a shit ton of loot. So you're better off not dying and farming good shit. But then you also gotta realize that corruption doesn't really affect loot that much, especially if you're hovering 300, 500. You don't really need more than that to get good loot. The way you acquire items in the game doesn't really get affected by corruption directly. It's like a passive increase. Because you get items through prophecies, right? Through imprints and through prophecies on COF. And none of these really care about corruption that much. I mean, you get a bit more favor per hour, right, on high corruption. But I mean, would you risk your life's character for 10% more favor an hour? Who cares? You know? 10% more favor is not gonna give you the item you want. Oh, it doesn't matter that much now. If you're playing on softcore and you can do more, like if I was playing this character on softcore, I would probably do, you know, I would probably do 1000 corruption and just like, you know, who cares, YOLO. If I die, I die. But I'm playing hardcore, right? So, what is the corruption there? What's the purpose? Well, it's confusing, isn't it? Again, I can explain to you how it works in detail since I'm eating and shit. It's challenge, basically. But if you take a look at how Monolith scales, this is how Monolith scales, right? So you can see experience, favor gained is based on experience, right? So right now I'm doing 300 corruption, right? Which means is I have 300. I'm doing between 300 and 400. I was doing 400, right? So I'm doing 300% increased experience, right? 300 increased experience. If I do 1k, right? Corruption, I get 474 increased experience. 476. So, you know, by increasing my difficulty by 4, I'm only getting half, 1/3 extra experience, right? Because my current experience is 300. And you said, okay, if I'm at 300, you know, because I'm doing 350 now, right? Or something like that. If I'm at 300 here, yeah, but what about the droptions? You don't drop items in this game. You don't get items with drops. None of the items I'm wearing, none of these items I have dropped. None of them. Like, all of these items have been acquired through buying, killing bosses, or prophecies. Like, none of them have actually dropped from a mob. I have procced them through the imprint system, which doesn't care about corruption when it actually procs, right? And I have dropped them through prophecies like this. Are you playing hardcore, Celu, or softcore? So the only higher reason is to go SP? No, I mean, the regular drops you drop are gonna be more likely to be exalted, and they're gonna be more likely to be, you know, tier 7 and things like that. I mean, does it look like I need more exalted items when I'm getting this shit, yeah? Like, every map. It's just not worth it. Like, the base loot you get is so high. What is increasing the loot by 10% gonna do if, like, I die every 2 maps? Just not worth it. I would recommend you playing I mean, I would maybe, just to completely change it, Celu, take a look at Lightning Blast, Rune Master. It's a pretty strong build. If you want something more passive and more, especially if you have aspirations, if you want minions, take a look at minions in general. Frogs, raptors, bear, you know. If you don't dislike minions, I would take a look at Lightning Blast maybe. Just play something completely different than Sentinel. Play a spellcaster. You could play Flay Lich. It's pretty fun. But yeah, going back to the corruption stuff. On top of that, there's also a lot of things that actually are important that are capped and that corruption doesn't matter, right? So for example, if we take a look at timelines, right? And let's just say I'm farming the Reign of Dragons, right? And you see, this is the Reign of Dragons. And I'll go to actually the monolith scaling. Okay, so this is the drop chance of the boss drops, right? That scales with corruption up to a point. So for example, if we go to Emperor of Corpses, and I want to get Twisted Heart, right? I just want to get Twisted Heart, yeah? And I'm farming at, again, 300, right? So at 300 corruption, yeah? My base drop chance for the item is 26%. So 1 every 4, it's gonna drop, yeah? Which is more than that because you have COF and blah blah blah, right? But it's 26% base drop chance. Okay, what happens if I do 800 corruption? It goes up to 45, right? 46. So, you know, okay, let's just say I go from 300 to 600, right? So I double the difficulty, 600, yeah? Let's say, well, if this was close to 30%, right? If I double it, it's gonna be 60%, right? Nope, it only goes up by 10% when the base drop is already 30-ish, right? So you're doubling the difficulty and you're only getting 1/4 of the total drop chance buff, right? And this is more extreme if you do infinite corruption, right? Because this has a cap, a hard cap of 48% on this item. So going past 1,000 literally doesn't do anything, literally. Right? So on softcore, most people stay at 1,000 because, you know, they don't care about dying. There's no punishment, right? And if they go past that, it doesn't matter. And the same goes for legendary potential. Again, let's just say I'm farming the same item, right? Twisted Heart. I'm at corruption 300, yeah? And I'm COF. Yeah? So if I want to get a 2 LP, it's 1 in 69. Okay, what happens if I do 1,000 corruption, right? Now it's 1 in 65. Congratulations. You know? You more than tripled the difficulty. Or you went from a 1.5 to a 1.4. Congratulations, you know? Like, you went up but 0.1% for timing the difficulty. What about the rarity on modifiers on corruption? It means you play on 300 and I play at 1000. Do I have more chances to get an item with tier 7, tier 6 in one item, or is the same? The thing is, like, you don't get those items through drops. Because if you want to get multiple exalted items, what you do is you use Nemesis and you try to get items that are like Giga Nemesis, basically. Something like this, right? And these items don't really... Items like this with this high forging potential, they're only obtainable through Nemesis. And Nemesis does get boosted by corruption. But again, it's like it's a very small boost. Like, your 2 weeks are waste? Well, it depends. But I mean, you can take a look at my characters and what my gear is, right? And what I'm wearing, and red rings with tier 7, you know, tier 7, 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 everything tier 7, right? I got this gear at 200 corruption. Just playing the game properly and like chasing corruption without doing the mechanics and the proper way to obtain items is stupid, basically. Pretty much. And you know, if you want to check like my LP items, you haven't seen one in your life? Yep. Exactly. Look. 2 tier 7. All of these items have 2 tier 7s. All of them. Triple tier 7. Double tier 7s. All of these are double tier 7s. All of these that are highlighted are double tier 7s. Rings. All of them. And obviously the ones that I'm wearing, right? Can you send me? Yeah, it's last Epoch tools, like this. Sorry, not last Epoch tools. Tank Labs last Epoch. Just Google that. And you get it. And the short answer, Pinakas. By the way, that's another double tier 7, by the way. Which, by the way, was pretty good for a reflect. Look at that. Damage reflect and increase health. Nice. The short answer when it comes to corruption is you want to push as much corruption as possible without slowing down and without dying, right? If you get slowed down by 10% for doing higher corruption, don't do it. Like, you only want to push corruption if you literally can't feel it, you know? And you push as much as you can. As long as you don't feel it, you keep pushing. Because it does give you a slight benefit. But if it's slowing you down, you don't do it. So you're saying stay around. You stay around whatever you can do without slowing down. I whip. Always. And obviously in hardcore, you add an extra axis of and without dying, right? So the only reason I'm not pushing higher is because I could die, you know? And what's the point of me dying in hardcore, right? That's not good. But if I was playing softcore, this character would already be doing, I don't know, 800 corruption or something. Because I wouldn't feel it, right? But I would die occasionally. I would die occasionally to some, like, bullshit beast or some shit, right? Because I'm tanky, but I'm not crazy tanky. But you're gonna get much better gear if you farm lower corruption without efficiently than if you just push corruption like a retard without actually doing the farming methods and the strategies. And if you just focus on corruption because, oh, big number, good, and that's all you do, and you're just like, you know, pushing corruption, killing the shade, pushing corruption, killing the shade, you're wasting your time completely. In terms of loot, right? And progression. You're playing, you know, you're increasing your chances at winning a lottery that happens 1 in a million, where you literally have a machine that prints money next to you that you're just ignoring. You know, you have a machine that every time you put $1, it gives you $3, but every time you get $1, instead of putting it in the machine, you're like buying a lottery ticket, hoping, you know. So best corruption is to do, I think 500 is the best. Like difficulty versus rewards, 500 is very nice. Because there's very hard diminishing returns after 300, and then there's hard diminishing returns after 500, and then the diminishing returns like basically settle until 1000. Doesn't corruption correlate to LP? Yeah, but nothing. Like, again, tell me one item you wanna get. And in some items, it doesn't even affect it at all, by the way. Like, for example, let's just say you wanna get, like, let's just say you wanna get, like, Shinatras, right? You wanna get Shinatras and you're COF. Let's just say you're playing 100 corruption, right? Okay, 4 LP is 1 in 427, okay? Okay, what if I do 10,000 corruption? Okay, 1 in 427, doesn't change at all. Because the base chance is already 1, and corruption only affects the first roll. And if the first roll is already 0, it doesn't do anything. So for some items, corruption literally doesn't do anything. Sure, if you're at high corruption, you're gonna drop this more often, right? So you're gonna get the 1 in 400 more often. But I mean, the thing is, like, why do that when you can just like drop hundreds of them doing prophecies, right? Or imprints or whatever. So you don't need to do that to drop a lot of them, right? And if we check something that is a bit rarer, let's just say like I don't know, like a popular item, I don't know. Again, twisted, right? Twisted works. We have Twisted Heart, right? And if I'm doing 100 corruption, you know, 2 LP is 1.3. If I do 300, it's 1.4, right? And if I do 3000, it's 1.6. So, like, the curve is like super aggressive. Like going from like 100 corruption, like 100, you know, is 1.3 to 500. It's 1. You get a lot, right? 1 in 68 versus 1 in 73. You reduced it by 5, but if you do 100 to 1000, you reduced it by like 7. So LP, like, corruption doesn't even. And again, look, if I go 1000, 1 in 65. If I go 2000, 1 in 63. Good luck. Like, is it worth it? Is it worth going from 1.59% chance to 1.53% chance, doubling your difficulty, more than doubling your difficulty? Corruption is basically meaningless, especially if you're efficient with your maps and your imprints, and you know how to craft and like. But again, if you have a build that can do 1k corruption as in softcore, right, as it does 300 corruption, well, just do 1k, of course. Might as well take that small, you know. And if you have a build that can do 2k corruption, like if it was without noticing, you know, sure, do it. But the difficulty scales pretty fucking rampant, right? Because it's exponential with the map modifiers and stuff, obviously. So unless you, like, again, you push as much corruption as you can without slowing down. Never slow down, basically. That's the only rule. Never slow down. And in hardcore, never be in danger of death, of course. I play hardcore, right? So where's my Weaver tree? Like everyone's Weaver tree, pretty much. This is risky on hardcore. Normally, people don't take this on hardcore. If you're playing softcore, instead of taking the lizards, I would take this stuff on the top. But it's pretty rippy. But basically the TLDR is you always grab this imprint, you always grab that imprint, you always grab these imprints, you always grab this note, you always grab this note. And now you always grab the beast bullshit, because beasts are good. And that's pretty much it. And then you imprint, in the current meta, people imprint Ramp and Coast. If you can do it at 300 corruption, of course. If you can't, then you don't. Yeah, you can see the breakpoints if you open up the website, the Tank Labs. You can see the breakpoints yourself. What's up, Jay? Just saying, but I got Saldo Wound today with 1 LP. Yeah, it's not a hard breakpoint, by the way, Sessen. So you don't have to be exact, you know. I'll show you, I guess. I'll show it. So you are using 3 item sockets of the same item to farm 1 by 1, or is it better to having? They work independently from each other. So if all you want is 1 item, well, you focus on that, right? Like right now, I'm using this character to gear my next character. So I'm just looking for the helmet of the other character. I don't care about anything else. That's why I'm doing that. But you imprint whatever you need, basically. You don't imprint things you don't need. I know, crazy. Oh. What the hell? I thought I had a... Oh, no, no, no. Okay, slagging. The stash is lagging a bit since since they broke it. Gonna need a lot of these boots, so that's what I'm farming now. And this I can use already. These are pretty good. I'll go craft them. Let's see, we want area for minions. Ward, reality, speed. Minion damage, not horrible. I mean, we want stats over minion damage. Oh, Stash is going crazy. I think these are the best. Frailty? Do I hate the frailty? Kind of do. We do crit reduction. Okay, good. 6230. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. And now we slam. Crit Java has been insanely fun. Yeah, it's really good. I'm gearing for it actually, Jay. I do have all the idols, and I do have a Torekin, a shit ton of this. I do have Torekins. Where is it? There it is. Have a bunch of 2LPs and stuff. With the, so I'm gearing for it secretly. I'm probably gonna play the Forge Guard version with full block. I think shield throw, DPS wise, is the best, but I think shield throw is better overall, from what Volka told me. Yeah, but on you go Giga DPS on for damage. I think it's the best if you go do the 200 on Javelin. But you know, hardcore life. I mean, hybrid health is good. Reduced armor is good. Hybrid health I think is my favorite, but reduced armor is good too. Because we were not we're not running it right, so fucking hell. I have 60% reduced now instead of 30. The hardcore life, you know. I'm a bit of a wild boy, you know. Red Blood Lich. You don't have the attributes? Just full fucking int everywhere. Yeah, I hate Crab Ring. I hate it. Okay. He loves Crab Ring only on non-evade builds, like he says. Oh. I was gonna say I was gonna show the curve, so I'll show the curve. But you see, this is the curve. This is the first Giga breakpoint. But you see that the 300 is like super noticeable. Then it flats out around 500. You know, you see it's flattening out, and then eventually it Giga flattens at what is it, 1000. But big you see the curve, just like the 300 clunk, you know. That's why I like 300. It's super efficient. Can I link the website? Sure. You can do exclamation tank actually. It's fine. Music always slapping? True and real. What's my character name? I want to copy your tree. It wasn't so visible in my screenshot. Lizard, I'm Mr. Toad God. And you can do exclamation profile if you just want to search for my profile. This Lizard IRL all together. But this is a hardcore tree. If you want the softcore tree, take a look at my Lich. My Lich tree is better for softcore. More juice, but more rippy. Because my Lich is softcore. It's my first character of the season.
I've tracked her to this cave. Be ready.
We don't talk about the Listark, yeah, we don't talk about the DC incident.
A predator that beast is nearby. I can smell her. What do you think this? You must tell me what sort of beast is
Well, in first place, I was actually very close to the first guy. We were both at the basically neck to neck, and I died, and he immediately died.
only death and scavenge.
Yeah, we basically died at the same time. Yeah. Unfortunately.
So many bones. She's insatiable.
And then he kept playing on softcore, but I think I beat him on softcore after that. And then fucking Terek Warlock absolutely destroyed my Lich. As expected.
She's stunned.
Fuck. Oh no, never mind. I clicked the wrong portal. That can get my fault. Yeah, it's more for juicy map, yeah. And you're still gonna do everything I'm doing on this guy, right? But that one, like the maps are gonna be more rippy and more juicy. Basically, there's gonna be more champions, like, and more, you know, when you interact with exalt mages and stuff, you might pop like a bunch of champions, and you know. Basically, it's all the stuff on the top. You grab the stuff on this stuff. This is very nice. But in hardcore, because it's a random, it can get you killed pretty easily. Hand of Judgment, just for the attunement. 17 attunement. 16 attunement, sorry. Which is the only stat that matters. Also on my YouTube, by the way, guys, if you're new to the game, I made these series, which I'm doing right now. Actually, it's the third one. I'm doing these series where I basically do a daily update on every character I play, and I explain. Okay, I went for this, I did that. This is my Weaver tree. You know, they're like 5 to 10 minutes. So if you guys are new to the game and actually want to learn, I would highly recommend. I mean, you don't need to do it now, obviously, but I think those are, if you're a new player, you can at least, you know, you can at least see like what, you know, instead of just looking at my character and everything is finished, I'm like, okay, but what did he do day 1? What did he do day 2? What did he do day 3? Because it's very easy for me to, you know, just get the items, you know, just get them. You know, I think it's quite nice if you can actually go see the, well, what was the process, right? I think that helps quite a bit. I have to do my fucking history quest. I think I'll do it off stream. Now, we gotta do the most engaging thing in the world now. You guys are ready? I need to get grand idols too. But... So Salvizal, it puts all pieces together. You think about across the game systems, which are the development focus. Yeah. I think those are very nice. They're a bit chaotic, right? Because they're kind of just improvised. Like I just record the character and explain. But I think it's good. What do I think about Warpath Void Knight? I think it's just the best build in the game overall. If you take into account speed, bossing, and mapping. The only bad thing about Warpath is that it takes a bit to get going. Like the early game is not a good starter. That's the problem. If you compare it to the starters. Like you need gear, you need the axe, you need mana, you need crit, you need like you need things. But once you have endgame planner, you know, on Maxroll, you have all the pieces, you just respec, boom, you know. You're a fucking menace. But again, not the best to start. Not even close, right? Not good at all to start. You can start it, right? It's playable from level, you know, 2, you know, whenever you get Warpath. But I just don't recommend it. Piridim, 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 piridim. Red ring? Yeah, I need red rings for my werebear. And my next characters, and I don't want to imprint them because I'm imprinting the helmet, which is more important. I do have red rings on this guy already, but I need more. Just did Harvest Lich. I had the ring tongue, boots, gloves, doing them, and while you hit the level, it's nice. Yeah. If you had to play one build to gear map and try to kill Uber, what would it be? If I had to play just one build, Dispatch, it would be Bear. Or maybe Reflect. But, I mean, you can kill Uber with it, but it's just gonna be slower. But it'll be better at mapping and all that. But I would probably, if there was money on the line, I'm playing Bear. If there's money on the line, I play Bear. Bear is painful to map. We already had this conversation like an hour ago, so... No, it's not. People are really bad at it, though. They make it look bad. So the tree is focused also on entering cemeteries? Yes, yes. Compared to Frog? Yeah, compared to Frog. Comparing frogs to werebear is like comparing, like, the hottest girl in the world to your mom, you know? Like, frogs are a good build, but it's like... yeah. DP, it can't compare. Like, Bear is different level. Bear is crazy. And again, I think what a lot of people make mistakes with Bear is that they play too passively. They let the bear... They let the bear, like, take control. You need to be the one in control. Yeah, they wait for the bear to kill everything instead of just running. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. That's pretty much it. Well, there's like the frogs. With the frogs you can do that, right? With the frogs you just super passive build. Well, there's the bear, you kind of like need to know. You need to know how to move around the map, how to gather the mobs, what to target, like there's definitely a skill component there. Jump in, totem swipe, war cry, yep. And in frogs you just run, right? That's why people find frogs faster. Because, you know, with frogs you literally can't fuck it up, right? But there's bear. The moment you stand still, you're fucking it up, pretty much, right? Because then the bear starts going around and like the bear. Or for example, I see a lot of people playing with aggressive stance on bear. I think for mapping, for bossing you put aggressive stance. But for mapping, you need to put defensive stance on bear. You want it to be basically close to you all the time. with Frog, I just run a bait on CD and corruption, haha. And you think Bear can't do that? Just, you think Bear can't do that? Do you want to see Bear at 1 kick or... Bear doesn't clear the map doing that. Okay, why would you want to clear the map, Gotcha? Here, serious question. So you're telling me that you value killing the white mobs? Is that what you're saying, or... Do you think there's value in that? Like, the difference between just killing the rares versus killing the white mobs? Do you think that's worth it? Do you think that's how you get items in this game? Because if the answer is yes, you're wrong. You know? Well, it's more XP? No. No. Those mobs don't even give XP. Most wipe mobs don't even give XP at all. Because they're add-ons, and they don't even give XP. The XP value is 0. Like, all this, like, fucking worms and add-ons and things that get spawned. Like, all of those don't give any XP. There's 0 XP. You could kill 1,000, you wouldn't get any XP. So, you don't wanna be... No. You wanna go from rare to rare, kill the rare, get the fuck out, and boom, 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 you know? And that's more XP. Just focusing on the rares, focusing on objectives. And not only that, catch up, but you don't wanna be ramping map. You don't wanna be doing maps. You wanna be doing... You wanna be doing rampant coast. No, I mean, you want XP because XP is favor. So XP is always valuable in this game. You don't do it for your actual XP. You do it because XP is favor. So it's not to level up. It's to do that. Okay, we got Emperor. So, Kacha, like, I mean, I get paid to play this game. I you know, so, yeah, trust me when I say this, basically. Is Rampant Coast good XP? Is the best XP. The best XP, the best Ember, the best Bones, the best materials, the best everything, the best Havocs. Like, you need to do Rampant. If you're doing anything that is not Rampant at the moment, you're not being efficient. And for example, Frogs, I mean, Frogs are not bad at Rampant, but compared to Bear, they're horrible, right? Compared to Bear. Might actually kill it. Very annoying. This is gonna be annoying. Fucking crap with 1 LP showing. What is it, this thing called? That's better. Like, Frogs are not the best at Rampant. Even at this corruption, my gear is pretty good. Like, I have like fucking 400 all attributes or some shit, right? Like, my Frogs are what? Like, 560 Fizz, 300 crit multi. And you can't just one-shot some of these beasts. Especially if they get like the immunity phases and all that jazz. I know you work full time, you also side therapies for your girlfriend soon, but I think it would be great if you make a video about how to play builds. I mean, I used to do that, you know. I used to do that before when we had CT. It's just like at the moment super time consuming. Alright, I'll do it. I'll do it. First red ring. Carton. I'm probably gonna do a video of all the builds and just have it there ready for next season, you know. But it's just like, I don't know, at the moment I was having fun with stream and stuff, and if I'm doing those videos I'm not streaming, so I'll do it. I'll do it. They could have been done by now, so. When I trying to farm on map, do I take unique reward prophecies, for example? Or do I need to unique rec? Basically, what I do is like I'm either mapping or I'm doing a prophecy run. Because if you're going for prophecies every like minute or whatever, it's gonna be really annoying. So normally what I do is what I just did, right? Like I had a bunch of favor, right? I had like 600k favor or whatever. So then I went in and I just spent all my favor, and now you see like I have all of this Lagon, Heroth, this, that. So now basically I'm just going and doing on, right? For example, I have a Heroth one, right? So I go to Heroth, and then I do the Heroth thingy, and I summon the Harbinger, and I just kill Heroth 2 times very quick without killing the Harbinger, so I can loot fast. Right? My frogs will frozen, unlucky. So I kill this guy. It doesn't drop shit, unfortunately. Now I exit, and I just go and I do it again. Is there a specific Weaver tree for Rampant? Yeah, I mean, I'll show you. And you just put Rampant on your Weaver tree, right? Okay, nothing. And now we exit. No, I mean, do I take the unique prophecies when I get them? Well, you should take the prophecies of the items you need, right? So I have a video on this, but basically there is items that you get from bosses. For example, Vessel is from a boss, right? And this is from a boss. So these two you will, and this also from a boss. So this item, and this item you will never get on prophecies, right? Because it's only it only drops from bosses. Then you have this item that you only get from bones and beast. So prophecies doesn't work. Okay, so what's left? We have our cleaver solution, which is very, very common, so it's very easy to imprint. You know, the moment you get one, basically, I'll show you what I did, right? But right, you drop a cleaver solution eventually just by playing, right? You get a bunch of them 1 LP. You slam the 2 LP on the imprint, right? And then eventually you will get 3 LP or whatever, right? Eventually you just get a 3 LP or 2 LP or whatever. So, you know, you get the one with 0 LP, you imprint it until you get one with 1 LP, you imprint it until you get one with 2 LP, and then you can stop or move to the next item. The same thing goes for Mantle. So for this build, the only items that are very, very important to get through prophecies, because otherwise they're basically impossible, are red rings, right? Because you're not gonna naturally drop red rings because they're super, super rare. So what you wanna be doing is you wanna be saving your prophecies normally for the stuff that you can only get through prophecies, right? Like you don't want to be using, you know, your washing machine to cook, right? What is an imprint? Using the Weaver tree, basically. You will see here that my Weaver tree, someone was asking about my Weaver tree. There's these like little boxes here, right? And these are imprints. This one procs on lost caches. This one procs when completing an objective, killing enemies, sorry. This one procs when completing an objective, right? So finishing a map. And then you waste 1 million for idols? Yeah, pretty much. You on this build, you use all your favor for idols and red rings only. Because obviously you can't imprint idols. So this is the imprint. And the only thing that's important that you put rampant codes here and rampant codes there. And then you grab all the beast bullshit. But basically for COF you want idols, grand idols in this particular build, and red rings, and that's it. Everything else you're gonna get without prophecies. as you can see. But the idols are super annoying to get. I'm not gonna be playing this build much more. So I'll switch to my bear. Or Giga, you know. The hell? And yeah. Red rings? Yeah, it's this very OP item. It's very meta. It's kind of like the endgame item for most builds. Yeah, because they give you damage reduction. Double imprinting and echo is not working? Well, then it doesn't make a difference, right? Well, but I mean, this one is definitely working. Definitely get a lot. So I don't know what that's based on. It might not work, but rampant coast, I don't know which one doesn't work, so go rampant. You're trying to farm this? I mean, it's pretty simple. You level up your COF. Very important, right? Pretty good. Bad roll though. Get that grip. We'll get more, we'll get more. Grip is pretty common on 3LP. What is this? Forbidden technology. Is Ramban Coast OP? Because it seems like it's bugged and it's appearing more than it should. And it basically gives you a super juiced up beast that you can just enter and kill. It imprints way more than it should, in my opinion. Again, there's no confirmation that this is bugged, but if I had to bet money, I think it's 100% bugged, or it's either bugged or the devs like Giga buffed it because they want people to interact with the beast. One or the two. Regardless, it's not staying like this. And well, the reason why it's good is because it gives you a lot of bones and a lot of materials, which are basically the hard, you know, the soft caps for keep progressing and buying primordial items. And basically the reason why this is very strong is because they give you a lot of they give you these things. They give you the hearts, the crystallized hearts, and they give you a lot of bones. I have 120k bones. So if you just do this rampant bullshit, you get so many fucking bones that what you can do is you can buy Ember, the Ember bucks. One Ember buck is like costs 1 heart and 5 bones, and sorry, 10 horns, and like I think it's How much bones? I don't even know. 1 point something, 5k? I don't know. Whatever. Also a bit of bones. But the good thing is like each of the bucks gives you 5k ember. 1.5, yeah, 1.5. So basically, because they give you 5k ember, the bucks, it basically means you can do, instead of doing false temple to get ember, you can create this loot where you do rampant coast for bones, so you can spend the bones to get ember, so you can run Unclaimed Trove non-stop, right? Which is the best map to proc prophecies because it has a lot of chests and shit, which is the map that you have seen me doing before, the one with a lot of chests. This map, right? Like the map I was doing here, this one, Flame Trope. So basically you create this loop where, again, right now I have, which by the way, I was doing prophecies, I stopped. Basically, you create this loop, but I only have 4k ember, right? But what you can do is like on the next node that I get what is it called? Like a beast on, I can just talk to the vendor or go to the store, whatever, talk to the vendor, buy a bunch of ember, and then go do a bunch of troves again, right? Do more troves. And then on my way to the troves, I'm gonna be generating this coast. Like you see, this is my crafting, right? I did this. Beam, beam, beam. Oh, these are the ones that I crafted. This is what I crafted, this like caterpillar thingy. And then all of this is what appeared just by completing it, right? So every time you do one of these, you get like the bones and the materials. So these ones feed you being able to do more of these ones, if that makes sense. So you do these ones, these appear because they're like, okay, you see how many of these appear like in a row. Boom, boom. It's like absolutely bugged. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Right? And this one allow you to do the good ones, right? So you do this one, so you can do that one, and these ones are also juiced as fuck, right? It's like juice to juice. One juice uses the other juice, you know? It's like a juice craziness. You know what I'm saying? Is the last Epoch Discord down? I have like an error thingy. This. And a few others? Okay, okay. I'll do this. Does the reset, we were through reset? Yeah. Like a seasonal thing, you have to do level it up every season. Like just like all the factions, to level up the factions. It's like, it takes like a couple of days, you know, it's not a big deal. Absolute jammer. To LPOs Aaron, log in. That's what I'm doing. I saw Ember. Did you ruin Echoes, your rampant coast, or it's all from the Weaver tree? Did I? No. They're all from the Weaver tree. I haven't crafted a single one. Ever, basically. Like, I have never even used it manually. And I only have, in all my time played, I only have 4 that actually dropped. So, you tell me if that's normal. I don't think so. But, you know, are we gonna complain? These ones are pretty good, so I think this is good enough. 14-17 is pretty good. Minion cast speed, spell damage. Not good enough. Cooldown recovery, 5. What the fuck? Recast it. Got a bunch of shields, but great. You do this because those chests count as rewards, so they proc one of your prophecies. That's pretty good. Better reroll that though. But yeah, let's see. Prophecies, Black Sun. That was the boss. They're getting Donald. Where? But here? What do you think about using the Frenzy Helm on Crit Java? I feel like it could be Giga. You're not reading my messages? I literally just saw it. Sorry, Jay. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how it would work with the mana. I mean, I like that helmet. Like in general. If Java is free, like I mean, what are we using on that build as the primordial mask, or what are we using? I don't remember. Yeah, shield throw. And it probably gives you a lot of damage, no? With the multipliers. I mean, if he's doing that, he for sure calculated what was worth it. Shield throw for the throwing damage. And that build doesn't have a lot of increased damage, so it makes sense. And it has a lot of attack speed, so I would assume. I am doing the same build, Jura, and I can get Vessel of Strife. Any advice? I mean, you could just quickly respec to a bear and one-shot it, Tina. Like if you respec to bear and go into Julia, I'll guarantee you will one-shot it. like you know, you just level up your bear, get skills to level 20, and you will one-shot it. Are you using a shield on Julra? Because that helps a lot, Tina. If you have 100 strength or whatever and you get Bastion, it helps you a lot if you're getting hit by the projectiles or whatever. Formosus. But yeah, I mean, you should be fine. Maybe you're just not tanky enough. And don't worry about your frogs. If they die, they'll just respawn. Yeah, I have no idea. I would just ask Polka, Jay. I haven't talked about this with him. But I guarantee you he did the math. If like... Because he loves that helmet, so... He puts it on every build. So I assume there was a reason. My guess is that the build doesn't have enough increased attack, increased damage.
Why are you fighting for these beasts?
Ellie had a ton of players since PoE came out. Update, everyone left. Traitors? True, brother. Traitors, dude. I'm actually gonna get a blessing. I don't have a blessing. Somehow.
I am one
What is
of many.
100 axe is good. I got a 3 OP evolution sense and with +2 skill, what's the best to put in it? HP, crit, res, and? I mean, depends on the build you're playing, obviously. If you wanna be... You know, if you wanna be able to, like, use it on most builds, you can't go wrong with HP. I mean, unless you play minions, you can always just do... we have 2 of these now. They're all dog shit, so that's good. This one's slightly better. Crit multi, you can't go wrong with crit multi, you know. Frog or a bear? I mean, if you want to go frog or a bear, you can do increase minion area. Or that's the best affix for sure. And then minion damage, you know, works. But increase minion area is your tier 7 for sure. And then HP, minion damage, and yeah, pretty much. And double HP maybe, HP with regen, you know, the hybrid one. Or HP stun avoidance. What else? Wasn't this done? Exile Mage, Matron, Lagon. We meet again, you freak. Enrage. Ew.
An ocean above.
What can go wrong? Oh, he's dead. Question on your bear guide. Would it be better to neck to that Rallo or Revolution's End? No. If you do that, then you fuck up your crit completely. And unless you wanna fuck up the build to fix crit in another way, it's like too much of a price to pay. It's definitely not better. Because if you wanna be red rings, you can't use Phantom Grip, right? And if you Phantom Grip, you're literally CHP. I don't really like it. I don't like it. And you can do a setup with like a full Phantom Grip. Oh shit. But I'm not a fan. Song is called Casino 143.
An ocean above, an abyss below.
Absolute banger. Cool song. It's on the playlist, boys. I'm listening on the playlist on order, so gotta get my boots now, but different now. Don't care about that. Golem, Golem, Nemesis, Nemesis, Scorpion, Horror, Husk. Yeah, I always play online when it comes to my actual characters. I do all my testing offline for the sake of time, you know, because I just have a bunch of items and I just get whatever I want to test. But when I actually play, I play online. A lot of people die due to luck. Well, I died rank 1 due to luck. So, you tell me more about it. Ooh, this one's okay. This one's okay. Okay, let's see. I don't need you anymore, do I? Very close. I definitely don't need you. Again, region. I can get a Necron one. That's pretty good. 17 attack speed is good. Or 10 attack speed, sorry. A bit low rolled, but I'll use it. I don't need the Necrores anymore. I'll change this into... healer, the region one. Heal effect. That's not bad, but 89. I'm gonna lose it. %, 5%. 7 word per second. 13. But if I had a good idol, I'd change it. Okay. Let's think. Need the rest. I need the rest. I won't need the rest once I get the boots, though. Yeah. Ooh, that's not horrible. Ooh, this is even better. Let's see if I have one of the good ones. Or Weaver. They're all here. This is a... Yeah, I think this is the best. I got quite a bit of damage. How about frogs? We do hardcore bunnies. Yes. Time to pull off a test. Yep. And you're in the... You're in the... Not too... You probably need a bit more word than that. A bit, you know. Because you could get fucked with RNG. But I mean, on average, you should get it. But you know, averages are averages, so. Abomination. Got a shade. Could get it. Oh, good. Yoo-hoo! Rampant Coast. I'll do it. We shoot a worst build spotlight and see how far we get. Worst build? And but the thing, you can intentionally make something. What is the purpose of that? Are we trying to make something the worst possible? I mean, you could just make auto attack or whatever the fuck, right? Or do we actually try to look at the skill and while trying to make it good, it's just like shit, like weakest. But the thing is, like, what's the you can like cheese that. We just pick like a support ability and be like, oh, you know, the support ability is like the worst that, you know, like, I don't know, teleport damage build or something, right? Like, does that count? Because I think that's kind of cheating. Rampant Coast. Yoo-hoo. Another Rampant Coast. I wasn't planning to do this, but Have I played Lost Ark? I played it a bit on launch. I wasn't a big fan of the... how to explain it? The enemies are rooted, blah blah blah, you know? And my understanding is that the pay to win is quite aggressive, you know? If you don't care about that. Got a red drink? Hee hee hee. Congratulations, bro. But you know what you do now, right, Pinakas? You put it on the egg, okay? You put it on the egg, on the Nemesis, and then you evolve it and see what happens. Because if it gets a random affix, that still counts as if it had 1 LP for the imprint, right? Like the game doesn't differentiate between 1 LP and 1 affix when it comes to the imprint. So you can basically cheat the game. You know, you put the red ring on the fucking thingy. You make it get like 1 LP or 1 affix. You imprint it and then you kill. You just play until you get a real one with LP. Thought it got an affix, it wouldn't count for a bit. No, it counts. It counts. It does count. And we know because the devs told us that it makes no difference if it's LP or affixes. So. Yeah, you imprint it now, and then, you know, it takes 1 second. Do it. And then put it on the egg, you know. It doesn't matter. Too many ramp and coast. I can't. I want to kill the shade, but I keep spawning ramp and coast.
Ready to hunt, traveler? My fur is standing on end. She's close. The beast would devour everything.
The beast.
Wind's howling.
Not too good either. Popular for a reason, I guess. You know what else is popular? Taylor Swift.
Only death and scavengers.
Log ended. But free your mind.
Fine choice of it.
And I have 44 of that.
Good trading with you.
I have how much ember? Retarded. She's kind of cute. Do you guys think she's cute? I actually don't like her at all. And don't get me wrong, she's a good looking woman, but I don't know, it's really, really not my... Like, if you ask me, like, I don't know. If I had to choose between 20,000 celebrities, she would be, like, last, you know? No, it's just, like, very... I don't know how to explain it. It's, like, very princessy, you know, like, I don't know, I like them a bit more roughed up, a bit more I don't know. I feel like they need to have more issues. Like, I need to see it in their eyes, you know, that so I can solve them. I don't know, it's too boring, too vanilla. I'm really not into blondes, to be fair. So. To be fair. At what level did you recommend starting prophecies? I normally do a bunch bulk at level 9. I don't do before 9 at all. And then I do 2 level. And then I spend again at level 11 to get to level 12. So whenever I have 200k or 300k or whatever on my first leveling, I go and spend it all to level up to level 9 fast. Or to level 10 fast, because level 10 COF is pretty important for farming bosses. Because you get at level 10 you get the boss drops. So I always try to, at level 9 I rush level 10. Then I don't give a fuck about level 11. But then when I'm close to 12, I spend to get rank 12, and then I spend all my favor. And the thing's like, before you are level 10 COF, you have so much shit to do in the game. You know, there's so much like goals and so much shit to do that that I don't even have time to be doing prophecies. I'm farming my blessings and shit, you know. Void Horror, Soul Mage. Looks like we're going back to our timeline. But I'm a blonde dude myself. Well, I'm dirty blind, it looks brown almost, thankfully. Nice. You can always dye it, Kappa. I mean, I don't have like a, you know... Have I ever dated a blonde? I don't think so. I have dated brunette, but like I'm black hair like 1000 him. My bear EQ is one-shotting mobs. Yeah, that's what it does. It's a bad boy. Mr. Yogi gives no fucks. Mr. Yogi is yogging. Yeah. Almost good. Yeah, I'm a sucker for black hair. The blacker the better. And I have a very, very, very strong preference for like fringe and banks in general. I don't know why. Since forever, I was a kid. I'm playing Ballista and you're getting one-shotted. Any suggestion? What corruption are you? Never mind. But yeah, that build is kind of like super squishy. I mean, you could switch to the hardcore version. 230? You should be kind of fine at 230. Are you playing CHP or are you playing hardcore variant? Because if you're playing CHP, that's just how it works. Like, just don't get hit, you know, get used to the build. Use your Silver Shroud, blah blah blah. But you could switch to the tank version. Tank version should be fine. Like, do you know how to find the tank version in the planner? If not, I can show you. I don't know. I'll show you. 1 second. Let me finish the map. But it has a bunch of variants, right? And you're probably following the CHP variant, which does a lot of damage, but you just get one-shotted. I'll show you the hardcore variant. That's the tank. Wait a second. So you go to max roll, yeah? You make me feel so high. You go to max roll, and then you go to ballista, right? Ballista. Oops. You go to ballista, and you see this is a CHP build. You're gonna get absolutely fucked. If you prefer a tanky playstyle, check out the hardcore variant, right? I know you didn't read this, that's why I'm reading it for you. Don't worry, I'm here, okay? So, okay, let's click on the planner, right? Like, you have it here, click on the planner, right? And then, endgame, aspirational, hardcore. You go hardcore, boom. You follow this one. And you follow this gear, you follow these passives, follow these skills. Right? You see they're pretty different, right? The endgame versus the hardcore variant, very different. So you follow that and boom. You do the same on most builds. For example, if you go to bear, right? Very popular build, right? Bear Beastmaster, yeah. Go to bear Beastmaster. We have the regular, then we have hardcore shield variant, then we have DPS variant. Like we have them all, right? And this is the basic, right? Like the generic one. And we have one just for bossing. We have one just for hardcore. If you want to be giga tanky. And we have that for most builds. That where it's worth having variants, we have variants. Giga. Brazil. Any Brazils in the chat? Oh, meu amigo do Brasil. Eu falei o brasileiro. Flawless Brazilian by me. Brazil here. Brazil! Brazil! Yeah, fucking Brazilian funk is taking over the world, huh? Everyone likes this shit. Sadly. It's fun. And you can't take it too serious, right? I mean, some of the remixes are a bit, you know... And I would assume the lyrics are not poetry, precisely. Just understanding a few of the words. Quite the opposite of poetry, most likely, right? Far from poetry, yeah. You know, my parents' generation got bossa nova, you know, from Brazil. The new generations, they're getting Brazilian funk. One was pretty much poetry. This one, not so much. Not so much. Oh, Brazil! Okay, now I understand what he says here. He says, fila da put. This is where the poetry starts. Fila da. Fila da. It is pretty bobby though. I like the rhythm, you know. I like the instrumentals. But yeah, I can imagine the lyrics are a bit obnoxious. I feel like the lyrics in general have gotten pretty crazy, no? In general, in songs, in urban music and rap and... lyrics are pretty fucking wild these days. Like way too wild, I feel. Dude, I am a boomer? Fuck. Am I a boomer? So victory, is that the way to farm 300 gross? Then just go with it? Yeah, I'm doing the Milky Way strategy, which is basically you do a path of troves, and then you basically start spreading around. So you do like a sphere kind of, and then you start getting troves, rampants from it. Be careful. This one is a Giga Beast. This one will kill me. Giga Beast. Normally when you start playing the build, when you start playing on monoliths, you do the simple strategy, right? Like the simple strategy is basically you do one Lostwood Folly, which is this one here, one Lostwood Folly, surrounded by one false temple, right? When you start, that's all you do. You do one Lostwood Folly, 5 temples. 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 That's what you do when you start at the beginning, when you don't have a lot of Ember. Do you use Sepulchre? Yeah, I've been doing some Sepulchres when I have like slots for 5. I've been doing them, but I'm not going too crazy on them. Mainly focusing on the coast and stuff. Which by the way, it's about time we purchase some stuff. So now basically I made a bunch of Ember. just by playing the game, right? I'm buying the bucks. So now I'm gonna buy tropes, right? Because there are 3.5k 3.5k, so I cannot get that many. I buy 7, right? And I go back to my island, my main island that I'm farming. County full of gangsters and drug abuse. Only thing going for Brazil are the hot women. What about caipirinha and mojito? What about the caipirinha, man? What about the bossa nova? What about Fernando? What's it called? The sexy guy. Can you get that? What about that? Huh? Is he not national treasure of Brazil? What about football, bro? What about Ronaldinho, Neymar? What about Carnival, bro? Carnival is good. What about Iguazu and the Amazon forest? Huh? Pretty good. If you think about it, right? What's more important for society? The rainforest of the Amazon, which, I mean, sure, they're destroying it and blah blah blah, right? But let's not talk about that, right? What is more important, Brazilian woman or the Amazon rainforest, you know? Well, depends on how lonely you are is the answer, right? But in general, I would say the Amazon rainforest is more important. Because you can still have like Puerto Rican woman, right? And that's it, right? Boom. And you just keep the rainforest alive. You have to choose, right? They're ripping it out? Okay, we don't talk about that, okay? It's a small... It's a small detail. As an Englishman, I support this. The Englishman heard colonialism and was like, yes! Where can I get my banana plantation, you know? They've been too long. We need to get what's ours. We can keep a woman in the rainforest. Oh shit, the Amazons, guys. We're gonna re-establish the Amazon tribes. Can you imagine? You're walking down the jungle and suddenly, boom, a bunch of hot women. You! Come here, little boy. And they kill you by sex, you know? Death by sex, like in The Simpsons. Muerte por Kiki. You guys know that episode? Is it Futurama, actually? Futurama, right? It's not The Simpsons. If you know, you know, okay? If you know, you know. Don't need to explain myself. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. What is happening? Huh. Enter the world of the Milky Way. Look at that. Would be kind of good. Brazil! I've actually been to Brazil. I've only visited the south. I was zoo on the south. So my Brazilian knowledge is not as high the rest of South America, but I have actually been to Brazil. I got pretty lucky there actually, because on my way, well, I don't know if they do it to everyone or not, but I thought I was lucky. My plane that took me to Brazil actually flew over Iguazu, so I saw it from the waterfalls and shit. I saw it while flying from the window. Pretty cool. Very beautiful. Brazil! Seen quite a few Brazilian movies too. I'm a bit of a Brazilian cinema connoisseur. From the classics, like City of God, which obviously everyone has seen because they played in school. You know, so you can learn about being a good boy. To Praia do Futuro. You know? A bit of a, you know, Brazilian cinema connoisseur. What can I say, you know? My school played City of God for me, yeah. I think that's pretty common, no? In Europe, at least. Watch these kind of movies when you're in high school and school. When you're like 12 or whatever, and you watch these movies that are meant to be quite shocking and quite, you know. Hey, make sure you know, you think about the choices of your life, because... But yeah, I think I saw City of God in school when I was like 12. What Fast and Furious film was in Brazil? 6, I think. Maybe 5, 6. Okay. Pretty well rolled, actually. The crit. And everything, the defenses are shit rolled, but the crit is what matters, no? Huh? No. What? No. No. Another 3 LP? What the hell? Are they all shit? They're all shit. Nice. Nice. Is that not common where you guys are from? Like when you're at school, you have like this kind of subject where, like, you know, the teacher plays like some, you know, movie that is meant to, you know, start some like debate or some social awakening or some, like, you know, moral kind of like, you know, you watch these kind of movies that make you kind of feel like, oh shit. You have that in Sweden? Yeah, we have that in... I would say it's super common here. Not meant for children. Well, Spanish children, you know. We watched The Clockwork Orange, yeah. I think we watched The Clockwork Orange when we were like 16 or something, 15, 16. We watched The Clockwork Orange. What else we watch? We watch a German movie called Die Wave. It's about how basically a teacher starts like a cult or like a club with his classmates, and it's meant to be a reflection about how Nazi Germany could happen again very easily if people, like, the population can easily be tricked into that again, basically. Pretty cheap. We didn't watch Basic Instinct, no. I wished. I wished. We watched Titanic. We watched Moses. You know, some fucking classic tales. You know, of the Bible. You know, classic. What else we watched? We watched American History X. But I think I was a bit older here. I was like 16, 17. We watched Titanic. What else? What other movies are Requiem for a Dream? You know, the classics. You know, Drugs Are Bad. Oh, This Is England. This Is England is a pretty good one. I think that one. Oh shit. Okay, it didn't do damage to me, so that's good. I don't know how the fuck did I block it. Oh my god. This fucker's off screen me, man. Scared. Every class needed to see, yeah. We watched like American History X, we watched This Is England. Which is it's basically the same shit. It's like about like a kid in England who has like a shitty life. And he basically gets like recruited by like a skinhead group kind of thingy. And you know, it's basically how like, you know, the people that end up, you know, present themselves as his friends end up being like garbage and shit. What else we watch? What else we watch? The Truman Show. I think when I was in, but this was before uni. This is when I was like 17, 18. I think we watched Apocalypse Now. 13 Warrior. I don't know if I watched that one on school. I watched that around that time, but I don't think it was through school. The Dead Poet Society thingy we watched also. Few classics. Lowers for Algeron. I don't think we watched that one. Oh man, I loved it. When I was in school, right? You're at school, and then the teacher arrives and he said, by the way, guys, today we're gonna be watching a movie. Yes! Yes! Do you think it's worth it running down the sides of tombs and erase for the chest on my faction? I mean, you don't want to backtrack too much, but it's not gonna hurt. So, you know, don't walk 20,000 miles for a chest. But if it's like almost, you can see it, you know. That's like do like a jump in, jump out, boom, boom, you know. Guys, has anyone ever used a skill charm? What if they're secretly the most OP shit in the game? Just nobody has bothered. Just to not do a dungeon. What if it's actually the most OP shit in the game? What movies they play now? I wonder what movies they play now in school. Like if I was a teacher at high school, I don't know, I would make them watch like what, Green Book or something? Like used a rare monster in Prophecy? Oh shit. It's absolutely useless. Oh no, my entire meta changing strategy is fluked, is that what you're telling me? But I was gonna change the meta, man. I changed the meta. Amazing meta. Holy fuck, I'm tired, guys. But no girlfriend at home, so we're gaming. Don't give a fuck. Do you know what we watched? We watched Babe. Oh, that one's a good one. What is that one? The animation one that it's in a farm? In Spanish is Revolución en la Granja. You guys know? It's like a there's like a dictatorship by a pig or some shit in a farm, and then he like slaughter all the animals or some shit. Animal Farm? Yeah, Animal Farm, yeah. That one is a classic, no? Also? For watching in school. And talk about, like, power and shit. That one's a classic. And, you know, I don't know why we watched that one. Maybe just because my teacher liked it. But we watched a lot of Babe. You know, the pig? The Babe, the brave pig. Great movie, by the way. I love Babe. I don't know if that's how you call it in English, but I'm actually a big fan of the director of Babe, the pig, the movies. Because he probably has the weirdest filmography of any director I can think of. And for those who don't know, the director of Babe, the Pig movie, is George Miller, who also directed Happy Feet and won an Oscar for Happy Feet, by the way, best animation movie, if I recall correctly. And Happy Feet 2. And then he did the original and obviously the new ones, the Mad Max movies. What a fucking giga chat, bro. Those Happy Feet? Bro, the guy does Mad Max 1, Mad Max 2, then he does Babe the Pig, then he does fucking Happy Feet, disappears from Earth until he gets to do Mad Max and like his dream movie or whatever at 80 years old. What a fucking G, bro. Oh man, what other movies did we watch? I remember a very... this was not during school, but you guys had this thing where, like, if your parents worked, like, instead of going home to have dinner, you would have dinner at the school, right? Like at the... like the... what? Like... not a restaurant, it's like a... like... how do you say it? Comedor? Like a dining room? Like a... I don't know how to... no, a bunch of kids there eating fucking food that it looks like it's astronaut food. You know, you guys know what I'm talking about. So I was one of those kids because my parents worked. You know? No, it's like a proper like comedor, like this. You know, for kids, for eating. Like, you know, like this. For kids, you know, for eating. Dining hall. So I was one of these kids, right? Mine looked more like this. Mine looked more like this, but with chairs, no... look like this. And the ladies that give us the food came with like carriages, you know, with like these carriages thingies and whatever. And they drop you the food. It's like all the ladies. Well, whatever. Like canteen, yeah, I like that kind of, yeah. So basically, when normally how it would go is like, you know, school would finish like at 2 o'clock or whatever, and the next class wouldn't start till 4 o'clock. So there was 2 hours where you know, you would have like shifts for eating. So first the smaller kids will eat, then the middle kids, then the grown-up kids, right? Like there would be like 3 shifts or whatever to eat. And then normally what they would do, like while you wait for your shift, you just be in the playground, like playing football or sports or basketball or trying to flirt with a girl, whatever the fuck the age group activity of the moment was, right? It would be like, you know, if you're like a super small kid, you would be like fucking digging holes and like eating grass and trying to see if you could fucking catch a grasshopper so you could eat it or something, right? Then when you're a bit older, you start doing sports. And then when you're like older, like fuck the sports and all you want to get is some poochie, right? Or at least you want to smell it, because you wouldn't touch it, man. You know, you couldn't really touch it, but you could at least fantasize about it, right? But then there was the special days, right? The rain days. And when it rained, you couldn't do sports, right? Because it was raining. So we went to the fucking act hall or whatever, you know, the room, the big room with a TV and shit. And, you know, it was raining, so the fucking teacher would just play some random PG-13 movie that anyone could watch. Again, you know, classics like Titanic and like 101 Dalmatians, you know, like fucking Lion King, those kind of movies that anyone could just watch, right? But then sometimes, if the guy who was like supposed to look after the students didn't look after the students, then the grown-up kids would change the movie, right? They would like sneak into the TV thingy, and you know, instead of watching The Lion King, now we're watching Saving Private Ryan or whatever the fuck, yeah? And then I don't exactly remember how it happened, but there was a day that it was Giga raining, and one of the senior years, the last year students, decided to put Cannibal Holocaust. And if you guys know about that movie, well, you know, it's pretty fucked up, right? It's a movie about impaling people and shit, and like a cursed movie, pretty much. Pretty fucked up movie, right? And you gotta keep in mind, like, the entire school, all the kids who eat at the school are there. So we're talking kids from 5 to 14, right? 15, 16 actually, 16. So everyone is there. Actually, maybe the super young kids are not there. So let's just say anyone from 8 to like 16 is there. And you can just imagine the fucking teacher didn't come back because I don't know what the fuck he was doing, you know, but he didn't came back for like an hour, right? Oh, he had diarrhea or something, right? And I don't know, like, I don't know how to explain it, but I just remember faces of kids crying. And I think I was on the last shift of eating, so I only saw the beginning of the movie, and then when I came, like, the movie was ending and they already like taking it out and shit. So I didn't really get to see any of the bad stuff because obviously the movie starts a bit slower, right? I saw the part where like there's like, if you guys seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. The part where like they're like near a river and they're getting hunted with bows and shit. So I saw that part as a kid. But I just remember the absolute chaos of kids just crying and, you know, like absolute. It's like if it was like a terrorist attack or something, you know, like the absolute chaos, kids crying, teachers confused. Why is everyone crying? Who put that movie, you know? Oh, man. The 90s, bro. VHS. Absolutely beautiful. How old is this song? Guess. How old is this song? Silver Scrapes. How old is this song? Guess it. I know it now. In what year was Silver Scrapes No Copyright Song League of Legends theme released? Absolute legendary song. 2016, bro. It's gonna be 10 years. Pretty crazy. Music is very low, really? Some songs are loud, so I guess this song is not super loud. That song. Okay, this song is not gonna be... This song is gonna be louder. That's the problem with fucking YouTube music. Every song is like different volume. I'm gonna go to bed soon. 1 AM. Well, or at least I'm gonna close stream because I'm getting too tired and I'm gonna start fucking daydreaming or some shit, you know? Doing some weird shit. This one's pretty good. 12 strength is not great, but it's okay. 18 health. Pretty good. I use it for bear as a starter. This one is so fucking good. Holy fuck. I don't even know what to do with this one. So good. We got so much fucking loot today. Pretty poke. A rampant coast begins. Is there a way to go to Jurabos? You can use these things called portal charms. I'll show you how to use it. Yeah, I didn't see it coming, bro. But you can go to Julra. Double tier 7. You can go to Julra with the key, right? Cool track. It's good to song. And then you press boom, and then you press hideous on the. You see, like you put the portal in here. Bloop. And then you go straight to the. You go straight to the boss. And you have enough of this, like in the end game, where you basically never have to.
I will have escape. The future cannot be denied.
Tier 4, right there.
Still so much to learn.
Good song. Good movie too. King like an absolute menace, the pig king. There you go. That's how you do it. Thank you. No worries. Here to help, you know. Pretty tired though, fuck. We do one more trove, then we go batch, maybe. I wish there were presets. Dude, you know what I wish for? I wish there was like presets for the Weaver and for the stash tab. Could you imagine saving your stash tab preferences and you could just fill it out? You have your, you know, you could edit your stash tab from season to season, and all you gotta do is you buy the stash, right? You buy the tab, but it's already pre-organized and everything, with all the affinities and everything. And all you gotta do is like buy them to unlock them, and that's it. How much? Like that would be literally my number one. And not only that, but when you do it, it doesn't lag. Like giga powerful, you know. Oh shit. Filter? I'm using the ones from Macrol. Like the uber strict. The ones that get auto-generated with the guides. One click, basically. That's my filter. Literally the best filter you can get. Giga OP. Okay. We play until there's no more rampant coast. Venus here. Chat with Vina a bit. We'll do the next rampant coast and we go. Oh, I would have streamed more, but I need to wake up early tomorrow. I have my haircut tomorrow, bro. Gotta look pretty, you know. Pretty boy. Can I click? Yeah. Also, I don't have so many Ramcos when I copied their Lich tree. I mean, you need to put Ram Coast on here, right? Have you put Ram Coast inside? And are you doing 300 corruption so it spawns? Got it? Are you 300 corruption? $570. Reset the web and then try. Rune of Evolution, nice. They should be as often as mine. So some why streamers seem to have drought playing Last Epoch. What streamers? I mean, the people who play Last Epoch are still playing, you know. Like myself, Pina. Yeah, just do a shade, just in case, you know. Because maybe it's still taking, I don't know, it's some bug bullshit. But I mean, you should have as many as long as you're expanding and shit, you should have this many. I mean, obviously, people are busy with PoE, right? The PoE streamers. Obviously, they're gonna play PoE over LE. Just bad timing, you know, but... And it's normal. The game is small. It's very niche comparison. Like, look at... I mean, if I open up Twitch, how many people are fucking... And they're kind of lucky that people like myself stream still, right? Like, just because I'm addicted. Because otherwise, like, there's me with like 100 viewers, then do you have Frozen Sentinel, which just came back from vacation, right? And has like another 80 viewers or some shit, and that's about it. I'll host Sentinel. I'll go now though. Because I work tomorrow. Okay, thank you guys for watching. I'll probably stream again tomorrow in the afternoon. But yeah. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Gear is looking pretty good, you know. My character is looking pretty good, so. Big kiss, you know. We'll go say hi to Frozen. Big kiss. Good night.